maybe I just do this. Test. Alright, we're good there. Alright, let's get my phone charged. Make sure we're all set up. We got all my chats popped out. Let me get my phone charger. Let me set up our alt accounts. Alright, no more us on Piker stream. Yep. Let's do this boy. He's charging now. At 11%. How are you guys doing today? Together. Hi, we're chilling. We're going places. Alright, we're good to go. What's up, y'all? What's up, legend? What's up, yo? Alright, we're chilling. I need to get my alt accounts going without being disrespectful. Legend, thank you for the sub, man. Appreciate you, boss. Appreciate you, brother. Born in 1964, Jeffrey Bezos. Let's rotate to a different spot. Wedding soon. Good luck. GG's for the real life shiny. Thank you, Legend. I ain't taking my watch off. Happy Lent, guys. Over here boycotting. Oh, boycott, spending time catching alphas. They're boycotting boycotts? That's pretty interesting. That's funny. Trying to get Scrippy going. See if this works now. Yep, it did. One of those should be occupied in 2 seconds. There we go. Or both, I guess. That one's good. Oh, we got an update. I'm waiting for my phone to charge. Let's just do this real quick, chat. How are y'all doing today? Everything's fine on YouTube, everything's fine on Twitch, sound-wise? We all doing okay today? Anything eventful happen? Why are you lagging so much? It was fine the other day. Why is it lagging now? Oh, maybe that's why. What's up, Glocks? All good, and you? Pretty good, man. Wife's coming up. It'll be a while. She's getting her tires replaced in 30 minutes, and then she'll take 2 hours to drive up here. Until then, I'm just gonna stream. Work's going pretty but you know, what are you gonna do, you know? Thanks, Clocks. You Swan, thank you for the raid. How you doing, boss? Welcome to Steam. Grappa? Grappa, am I saying that right? Hi. Early raid. What's up, Venomous? You Swan, how is stream? Or you want some modis? You want some modis? Oh, you want some of this. Welcome to stream. Good stream. How are you doing, boss? You want some of this. I figured it out. No, stream was chill. Let me give you a shout out. Okay, bud? You an MMO streamer as well? I'll make sure to give you a follow. Here you go. Thank you for dropping your guys off. Yeah, we just went live again. Yeah, streaming war. Are you Uxie? I know Uxie was doing a war. Are you Team Uxie? Team Rad. Is it Uxie and Rad or just Rad? Just Rad? Okay. That's pretty rad. Wait. Hey, if you guys need me to explain the joke, I know our community has a majority room temperature IQ. So if you guys need me to break down that joke to its bare essentials, I can. You see, the term RAD or RAD is the team name. But it also refers to as a description primarily used in the 90s, right? Short for radical, which was adapted from like a term to drastically different would be a synonym. Drastically being of great variance, right? Of great significance, like to drastically improve, right? So rad is referring to radical, like radically different. It's with great emphasis, right? So anyway, Team Radiance, which names itself Rad, right? Team Radiance, which shortens itself to Rad, has a double meaning. And I am playing off of the word radical or rad for Team Radiance abbreviation Rad. What an abbreviation is when you have a word and you break it down into a shortened version of the word representing the same meaning. Not everything is applicable to this. Sometimes you need dots in between. How it fits and how it acts is as borderline. It's similar to a pronoun. Similar to a pronoun used for specific nouns or organizations. Sometimes an acronym is so overly used it adapts its own definition. And what constitutes adapted definition in the Webster's dictionary is frequent misuse of the word, such as the word ironically. It was misused so much that it adapted a sub-definition. Sub-definition being what is in replace of, or an identical twin, or something that has approximately the same value or widely accepted value pertaining to the object's use or what it's known as. I'll stop. Watching on YouTube feels like watching from a security camera across the street. I'm glad you're doing YouTube creating. Is it true 2012 Pokemon hold value? We have a bunch. I was able to recover in my old account and have a bunch of them. Absolutely. This community, welcome to stream. Thank you, Minish. I missed that. No problem, Minish. I'm just making sure everyone understands what's being discussed. Which community has a higher IQ, PokeMMO or the Navy? Probably the Navy. I don't know. They're both pretty bad. Not gonna lie, you lost me 5 minutes ago. It's fine. You're really pretty, Venomous, and that's what matters. As long as you're pretty, you know? But anyway, I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you for the stream. You want some of this? Solid name. I can confirm that he is very pretty. There you go. It's like the question, you're either going to get really strong or really smart. And then I follow it up with like, but you're really strong, you know? That's what they said to you in like boot camp. You're going to either be a really strong division or a smart division. Three streams in a row, you guys. Thank you for your continued support, Venomous and Wild. Appreciate all y'all. Hope everything's going well. Does that mean were you guys in here for 2 seconds when I caught a shiny last stream? Or did it not count that? Gotta go doom scroll on TikTok for 2 hours? Oh. Good luck, friend. Self-awareness is pretty good. Self-awareness is, you know, it's something. Penelope, wait to work some more memories. Penelope, just keep your eyes open. Why won't you let me? So much has changed, but I'm the same, Depends on what was the shiny. So you see, shinies aren't actually real, guys. You live in a simulation and you're choosing to play a simulation within a simulation that's simulating shinies. Shinies aren't actually real. Anywhere you can suggest I grab the valuations on 2012 Pokemon. Don't want to get racked over the Cord and Discord trades. You can join my Discord and I'll point you to certain people who can help you, like Shamo. But like the market's fluctuated a lot since I've last looked. But the thing with 2012 Mons is they're always a decent investment, because I don't know if you can understand this concept, but there aren't many more 2012 Mons that are going to come as the game lives on. And a lot of late game players want at least one. And I know higher value ones, like one is like if you have like an unevolved Squirtle or unevolved starter, those are the highest value ones. But with the market fluctuation and RP being worth 1.5 and there being just an economic crisis, things have changed. I know in the past, a like 2012 shiny Pokemon would be like borderline priceless. You're looking at like 30 million for a cheap one. But a normal 2012 like Charizard, I've seen go for like 3-4 mil. That's hard to understand. Surely there will be new 2012 Pokemon soon, yeah. No, you're right, actually. Yeah, what am I even saying? New 2012 accounts come every day, you know? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm kind of a liar. I'm kind of like a bad person and a liar. Does Epoch deal with 2012 mons? I have a Charizard, bunch of Abras, Kabuto. A Kabuto is high value. I'll give you 5 mil for the Kabuto if you want. My opinion, from what it was before, 3 million is considered good for a bad mod. That's just me just being honest with you based off of what I've already seen. 3 million for like a Pidgeotto is about what it goes for. But I'll give you 5 million for the Kabuto. And I won't resell it. And if you ever find out I lowballed you, I can give it back to you as a guarantee. Because I'm not trying to rip you off. But I kind of just want it because Kabuto is one of my favorite mons, and a 2012 one is a cool found. But yeah, I'll give you 5 million for the Kabuto. I'm not interested in any others. I always wanted a cool 2012 mon. Thank you, Noe. But yeah, Impurity, if you find out it's worth 10 million, just give me the 5 million back, and I'll give you your Kabuto anytime you want, okay? And if I overpaid, that's fine too. I get to keep a Kabuto. That's one of my favorites. Also, if I ever want to, that'd be a good meme video. Thank you, Zero, for the follow. That'd be a good meme video if I ever want to make a rapid spin tutorial on how to make like a rapid spin Squirtle, and I kill a 2012 Kabuto in the video and just casually brush over it and make every late game player like cringe their eyes out. What was 191? My total OTs. Oh my gosh, that'd just be worth the money right there. Just make everybody cringe. A breeding tutorial guide. Thank you, Gibbuck, for the follow. There's a 2012 Kabuto. I just breeded into a random Squirtle. What Pokemon I mean? He has a Charizard, which I've seen go for like 6-7 mil. You know, 6-7 mil, and I'm not even making just a joke. I think like unironically 6-7. But yeah, 6-7 mil is usually what I see for Zards. So I'm offering them 5 mil for a Kabuto. People like 20 no, your 191 shinies. Oh yes, let me walk you through each and every one of my 191 shinies. Just kidding, I actually can. Give me 1 second. I have an entire spreadsheet. I've been streaming for 4 years, so I try to automate my job. Here is every shiny I've ever caught in the encounters ever. I'll throw it over to you, Twitch too. Gang is right. What's up, privacy? That'd be hilarious. Breeding a 2012 Kabuto into a Squirtle for rapid spin. Oh, here you go, boss. In fact, I'm not sure I updated my document. That Kabuto will be crying when it comes back to the trainer. Tinfoil hat on, but do you guys think there's a certain untold things that there are? No, that's not tinfoil. That's not tinfoil hat, friend. There's already been established there's a flagging system within PokeMMO. But they say it only happens to people who exhibit abnormal play styles. And when my account got flagged, they blamed it on my bot-like marathon streaming sessions. Because I was getting recaptured every time I hit a patch of grass. And before they kept saying it was a random and automatic system, but then they walked it back when I had over 100 clips of me getting recaptures within like a 12-day period. I told Kathy wouldn't get a shiny, insta blocked. An 80k dry without a shiny. I mean, I don't think any like low-level mods have the ability to adjust your shiny odds. Maybe some of the big boys, but I don't think they're petty like that, or at least I hope they're not. But there are anti-bot systems in the game that we'll never know about, and those do directly affect players, but they write it off because it ends justify the means to them, and they'd rather have a bot get controlled than allow people to play the game for fun. So that's one of the scary things if you pay them. And I mean, it's like it's a little kid. Their parents made a joke to pretend to begin with. We can only hope, XD. Only 260k plus. I turned off the encounter counter after 260k. And then I shiny hunted for another like week and a half before I hit, so most likely around 280. I don't know about this W info. I was asking because I got 3 shinies in a week after coming back to the game. So I don't think like anything is really done maliciously. I think anyone who says that is like out of their mind. I think all their problems stem from taking the easy way out, anti-bot protection, that they don't care that it affects new players, or balancing that they don't care once again if it affects new players. That's really all it is. I don't think like maybe there's like 1 off or 2 off where they're like, okay, this person's a bad actor, let's destroy their odds. But like, I doubt it. You know, I think most of it's just incompetence. But I mean, like they told us for years. If you go into any of my videos, I always keep it in the description. If you go to the bottom of any of my YouTube videos, here's my YouTube channel. You'll see the devs denying the existence of shiny locks. I put 3 forum posts in there for emphasis, and they denied the existence of shiny locks forever. That was until Petrowski accidentally got shiny locked in front of thousands of people. So then they had to tell him there's shiny locks. But then they changed up and they said, well, you know, there's only that shiny lock. But they told us for years there was no shiny locks at all. And then they switched up and there was like, oh no, there is shiny locks, but you know, there's only one, you know? So just remember that whenever somebody's like, oh, well, the devs said they do this. Well, they've said a lot of things. They also said they weren't back in 2012. They also said that they weren't going to reset player grind and player income, right? So a lot of players grinded back in 2012, and then they did a server-wide wipe of everybody's items for balancing concerns from when the game first released, and there is a forum post promising not to do that, and then they did it anyway. Congratulations, Abe, on the shiny Weezing, by the way. What's up, Untotes? Hey, Minish, wanna let me hold $1? No. Hope your day is going well, Goat. Thanks, brother. Hi, Minish, do you have a favorite vanity? I do. My favorite vanity is going to be the jack-o'-lantern mask. The jack-o'-lantern mask is my all-time favorite. Here, let me map it real quick. Watch this. Hey, check this out. It even has an animation. And it's one of the oldest cosmetics in the game, and it's really cool. Hey, dang, Minish, it's a cool looking character. Thanks, brother. Oh, I'll pull up my alts. Check out my alts, bro. This is my shiny only series account. I'm gonna intentionally shiny lock this account. That's one of my alts. And when this phone charges to 40%, I'm gonna get my other alt going, which also looks pretty good. I have enough drip for all 4 alts. Hey Minish, why are you the best shiny hunter in PokeMMO? I feel like if anyone, there's always 1 or 2 people who would do it. I feel like if anyone else spends over 2 billion yen shiny hunting a one species Pokemon, and they don't get it after 4.5 years, they're probably quitting the game. And if they do over 1 million single encounters, and they get virtually no rares, besides Staryu and Slackoff, and a Dragonair, and then they release Dragon's Den, and then they release Dragon's Den, and just ruin the value of your Dragonair anyway. And also, you go 155k singles dry, only to accidentally run away from it because you're drinking. To go 14 Bronzong phases on a Clefairy, and then have it use Follow Me, and then kill it and continue hunting it that same day. You know, I think in terms of mental resilience, I have a case to be made. But if I'm being honest, I think the best shiny hunter, just based off success, is John Lucky, who has 4 alts. But I think no shiny hunter will put me out of the equation. I think there's no shiny hunter who would be like, oh yeah, Minish? Yeah, he's a mid shiny hunter, you know? Well, they might jokingly be like, haha, where's Minish's starter? Ha ha ha. Your mic sounds so much better on Twitch than on YouTube? Yeah. Yeah. I always encourage people to switch to Twitch from YouTube. Your offer seems fair to me. I joined your Discord. Who did you mention I could contact about selling the other 2012 mods? I'll also let you know if I happen to find a higher offer, if that's my favorite. No, absolutely, shop around. If you sell it to somebody else, the way I see it is I save 5 million. But remember, on the GTL, you can sort by 2012 mods now. So if you're really just unsure, they have an advanced setting. They added a 2012 mods. They added like a year, so you can like sort by year, and then you can see what the minimum price is. Some of them obviously aren't going to be listed, but you can like you can search by like year, or at least you used to be, unless they removed it. Where the heck is it, chat? I could have sworn I saw a year group, unless they removed it. I love your new video. Love the Minish humor. Thanks, boss. 1 billion bought in. Sage cry. The 10k flat fee for 31 is actually a WD. Actually is unnecessarily. Scroll down. Oh yeah, thanks. I knew it was here. See, I knew it was here. Also, for anyone watching on YouTube, if you go to my Twitch channel, you will have a much better. I have a much more higher quality stream. But if you like YouTube, I appreciate your support. That's why I stream on YouTube anyway. But yeah, just for anyone interested in a higher quality stream. And if you hate YouTube, continue watching in YouTube. I'll answer your questions anyway. Hi, Minish. Hope you're doing. Hey, what's up, Creamer? I still have this gem from a long time ago. So this is one of my boys, right? When he was a brand new player, his third breed when he was making a Lonely Nature Payday Vaporeon. Prior to the game gutting this strategy for no reason, his third breed, he rolled a shiny Eevee. So on the last breed he needed, when he made it a 31-31-0 Lonely Nature, his last breed actually rolled shiny. He did this in 3 or 4 eggs. And this is like one of my favorite shinies in existence in the game. And then they nerfed the strat. I was so mad on his behalf. Vaporeon's my favorite evolution. That's so baller. Thanks for sharing. Of course. Nah, Minish, you're on the top of the shiny hunters, bro. Hype yourself up more. Well, you know, I believe in being humble, you know? Wait, what's Twitch? What's itch? Hi, Minish. I hope you're doing well. I like your YouTube videos. Thank you, Bog. Was trying to say, hype yourself up, Minish. You're great, bro. No people call it a grind. No people call it a grind. I call what you do discipline. Thanks, boss. But it got nerfed. It didn't get nerfed. Nerfed implies that it still exists. It got deleted. They didn't increase the price of net balls. They didn't make like yawn last one turn less. They didn't decrease the catch rate of net balls. They straight got rid of it. Yeah, catch year 2012. Look. So it looks like the market has completely crashed, my friend. You can get a 2012 Mon for 150k. Oh wow, dude, you would have made a killing. Hey chat, there's a 2012 Kabuto for $1 million. Lol. The market crashed. We're in a recession. Well, you can tell I'm not trying to rip you off. I'll buy yours for 850. Deal? Beauty? I'll buy your Kabuto for 850 if you want. This is like Pawn Stars where we call in the expert. We call in the expert from Pawn Stars. And then they're like, yeah, actually, that thing they're trying to sell you for 10k, it's worth like 10 bucks. Holds for another 14 years. Legitimately, brother, it is good to hold. Like, that is a smart move. Because, I don't know, there's not going to be many 2012 mods. But see how I'm saying the baby forms are worth a lot more? See how the Kabutops is only 550? See how the baby forms are a lot more valuable? Unironically, chat, I want to buy the Kabuto. What do you think? Hey, how you doing, buddy? You even changed your Twitch name. Pawn Stars always reduced the price to the chicken nuggets. I try to be... The Bible says to be fair, so I try to be fair. I really think this is a good idea. I kind of just want one 2012 mod. And the market's crashed. The market's crashed really bad. Well, 67 million isn't a lot, you know? I'm down to my last like 3 billion in Kanto alphas, you know? Yeah, I don't want to lose my 6-7 million. Actually, chat, if I buy this, I'll be right near 6-7. You know what I'm saying? So this is even more of a good purchase. I think I buy the Kabuto. Abe, can you do a poll? Abe, do a poll. Do I buy the Kabuto? Don't. Do a poll. I mean, it's one of my favorite mons. It gonna get sniped. Oh yeah, just buy it. Yeah. There we go, I bought it. Oops. Alright, chat. I need you to do me a favor. Chat, I need you to do me a favor. I need one of you guys to come up to me and trade 32,000. I'm on Mount Silver Channel 3. We killed the meme. We killed the meme, chat. I need 32,000. You can't, my mail's full. On my way. Thank you, Kill. Oh. Alright, sorry guys. Let's do the math. I want the exact amount. Wait, I'm gonna be busy. Let's do the math. I want exactly, don't give me too much. So 7,000. Here, boss, wait 1 second. I'll give you the number I need. 6 million. That's 66 million. 67 minus 66968,102. I need 31,898, friend. I need 31,898. Thank you, Glocks. Love you, bud. Let me, I think I removed somebody from my friend list, Glocks, here. Alright, give me a second. We're gonna purge one of my friends. Alright, Glocks. Can I remove? Oh yeah, this guy changed his name, so I don't recognize him. Is this Legend? He hasn't been on since November. Bye, Glocks. You guys see why it's hard for me to make friends? We have the best money. No, I'm still Legend. Okay, cool. Oh, Legend, you're still here. I could have just asked you. Hey! It's so dumb. I love it. It's beautiful, yeah. Thank you, Glocks. Would it 6'7", 6'7"? No, because it's less obvious. The 6'7" at the front makes it is better. It's less obvious. This is like better. Like 67 mil is better. No, I must say thank you. Thank you. Love you, Glocks. You've been a good friend for a while. Hey, petition the devs. They'll never listen to you, but petition the devs to make a bigger friend list. I think 6-7 million is cleaner than 6'7", 6'7". Abe, I think this is a good purchase. What do you think? I know you told me not to buy it, but I legitimately like it. And Kabuto is like one of the coolest baby forms, and I think $1 million is justified. What do you think, Gabe? I don't know. You think I got ripped off? I've been putting off getting 2012. I have a 2012 mod, but it was a gift, so I can't. I have a bunch of 2012 mods on an alt, but that's because somebody was quitting the game and they just gave me a bunch of stuff. But I'm never going to be able to... What's up, Burrito? Not that much, but I think the IVs on this one are nice, and that's part of the reason. 30, 26, so. And it's level 5, which means it was egged. Like, this was an OG fossil conversion, it's level 5. The lower the level, the better it is. Do you know the best spot to shunt quillfish with the best chance of the lowest phase of a change? So, can I alternatively give you the best spot to payday fish? Show me the Mankey. That's a good name, by the way. I can give you alternatively the place that will give you the best phase locations. So like when you do phase, you're gonna get the best mons for your value, and you're gonna be able to payday and make a profit as you do it. What's up, Master Bane? Want me to do that? That sounds great. So get yourself a payday Meowth, because payday fishing is, like, in my opinion, one of the few things that is still good. And just let me double check the locations, but I got you, boss. Let's see what we got. Hey, Kilowatt, thank you for your support, bud. Appreciate the Twitch Prime. Love you, bud. Appreciate you, boss. Thank you so much. So, Island 5 Meadow is going to be really good in terms of 25 to 40. This is going to be the location. That's a good payday leveling. And it's uncommon there, so that's nice. But ooh, P2 library. Ooh, but it's only special. Yeah, lure encounters, you don't want to be doing those. Water path is decent. Probably Island 5 Meadow, boss. Because it's right near the it's right near but you're gonna have Tenta mixed in. You should definitely board encounter it. There's better things to fish. You can chum fish. You can chum fish or payday fish in Island 5 Meadow. I think that's gonna be your best spot. You could do man, I don't like those spots. And you're getting uncommon, so it's not bad. Yeah, I think Island 5 Meadow is pretty good, boss. But if you do Iron Island, you get an additional level 50. Yeah, bro, I'd do Iron Island. Because the pool isn't going to be good either way. Thank you, Bunny. Welcome to stream. Kakashi Bunny. Yeah, I'll do Iron. But it's rare. So, like, here's your options. You're going to have a harder time getting it, but you're going to make more money. So it's a 50-50, right? It's up to your discretion. If you want to make more money and have a harder time get it, Iron Island. But if you do Iron Island, exactly. You can get the birds, right? You can get the birds fishing in Island 5 Meadow. So I think if you don't have the bird, do Island 5 Meadow. And if you want extra income and you don't care and you're okay with delayed gratification, you will do better at Iron Island. And I kind of like Iron Island's pool a little bit better. So in terms of upside potential, Iron Island. So if I was you, if you have the bird for the month, go to Iron Island. Thank you, Sungo. Thank you, Sungo. But yeah, if you have the bird already, go Iron Island. And if not, I do Island 5. That's my opinion. Island 5, just because it's like no drama. It's 5 feet away from a Pokemon Center. It has similar encounters to these. Like, you don't have to work that hard. You can go there. Well, yeah, he specifically wants a quillfish. That's why we're doing this. He's a quillfish enjoyer. Which is funny because it's one of the cheapest alphas always listed. Alright. Let's get my other account going. I also appreciate you guys tuning in today. Always appreciate you guys' support, and thank you for the 3 people who subbed the stream so far. Always a pleasure. Yeah, my wife's driving up here, so I'll stream until she comes. She's getting new tires. Let's make this night last forever. Hello, Minish. Hello, guys. Good luck shunning. Thank you, Decoy Rex. Oh, I even put out a video. I got legally married February 20th, but my Catholic wedding isn't until May 2nd, so it doesn't count yet. But I am legally married, yeah. And I am a devout Catholic, or I try to be. First time watcher, long time hater. Love the vids, man. I appreciate you. Well, you're in good company, being a long-term hater. You're in good company, my friend. Welcome to the stream, Sue. Hey, what's up, Pete? You gonna stream the wedding? Heck no, dude. I'm not gonna dox my family. Dude, I'm already creeped out enough that, hey, it's Doxu, like, leaked my Facebook. What the heck, dude? And literally, it was me being neutral and being like, yeah, you know, Pat's stuff isn't in his head, you know? He was a good friend of mine, but, like, I didn't like what he was saying about Pat, and I distanced myself because of that. So he came out and doxed me? Like, what? That's like Iran shooting missiles at neighboring countries in the middle of a war, unless you think it's Israel cosplaying Iran, which is a very likely thing that could be the case because what it says makes no logical sense. But there's a lot involved with that, and who knows? Yes. It's not even like burned every bridge. I literally said, I'm like, bro, I'm still your friend. Just like, you need to chill. Like, I messaged him in private too, and then he just kept going. And then even when I released, like, he just kept going after people. I don't understand it. The guy is still pretty big. The guy maintains a large audience, and he's not that bad of a person. I don't understand what he was doing. All he had to do is be like, yeah, you know, I'm sorry, and then leave Pat and, like, just be a normal person. I don't know why the heck he did what he did. God bless him. No hate. I wish him the best, unironically. But yeah, I don't understand the doxing. That's just like a level, like, at what point, how do you view yourself in the right if you're doxing people, you know? At that point, you're actually, like, wishing harm on them, you know? Let's get my other scripting going. What's Facebook? I only know nice face. Based. You're happy and healthy, not me. Scrippy's not working. Congrats on the wedding though, Minish. Hope you have a blessed life on and off the internet. Oh, thank you, Brazzy. What do you think about this year's official war? I think they will keep very similar, but do you think better rewards or something? What I like to do, right, is we have a Petrowski enjoyer, so I want to take a page out of his book, right? I call it the Petrowski strat, right? You turn your brain off completely. Right, so that's what we're gonna do. We turn off our brain. Problems aren't real if you don't notice them. And I go unga bunga. I farm hordes unga bunga, right? And then war goes, and I go yay war, yay, and then I get better odds, yay, better odds, yay, and then that's it. I think I'm gonna take the Chinese up on their offer and join their super team. I'll probably make a video about it. I got offered to join the Chinese super team this year, so I think I'll accept it. I'm gonna come out with like a video, put my American flag in the background, and talk about I'm gonna do the most American thing ever and defect to China. You know. I'm gonna go defect to China and then like guarantee them the win. I'll sleep 0 hours. Like before, I was sleeping like 4 hours a day. I'll go all out and I'll sleep 3 hours a day. And then we can claim that we're the better region. I don't know if this song, but the music sounds like it's echoing. Muted there. Anyone else think we're echoing? Anyone else think we're echoing? Oh, I'm not gonna put up a Chinese flag. I actually have a lot of American pride. My PhD supervisor is Chinese. I already got 1 foot in the door, nice. Trying to be like sweet. Same thing with this one. Test. Maybe. It might be my AC, dude. Alright guys, it's gonna echo for a second. My apologies. Test. Test, test. Hello. Are we okay? Say twice if you need help, Minish. Alright, we're good. There's no echo. No, you're on crack. There shouldn't be an echo. Anyone else think there's an echo? Oh yeah, dude, I'll egg. Hey, I'll egg. I'm just cursed. Hey, do you think I don't have the resources to egg? Egg. My brother, Abe. I thought you retired from it. I have never said I would not egg again. I said I'm going to take an extended break. I'm not a quitter. But also, it's retarded to egg. But if that's what the team requires, I'm for the team. And if I happen to get an egg shiny, I can finally be like, yep, I'm done. You know? I would love just to get eggs done. Was there an echo though, truthfully? Did you guys think there was an echo? Truthfully, do you guys think there's an echo? You'll provide dittos for free? Oh, that's super nice of you. There was one in the music? Let me double check. Did it go away? No, when you were talking? Is it still doing it or is it done? Yeah, after your test. Is it still doing it? It stopped? Alright, as long as it stopped. Alright. I don't. Oh, I think I figured out my issue, chat. I think I figured it out, chat. Woo! Let's see if this works. I'm troubleshooting why Scrippy isn't working, chat. Why won't it? I want to get rid of that carrot. I want to get rid of that carrot. Chat, how do I get rid of the carrot in the command prompt? Chat, you know, how do I get rid of this carrot? This carrot's cooking me. No echo, just audio. Well, YouTube's gonna have a bad viewer experience. By the way, Manish, I've checked your YouTube channel for a video where you go through and show all your shinies. I couldn't find one. Would you ever do that? I'm a new viewer and I'm curious as your collection. Well, I can just link my OT page. This isn't updated, but this is most of it. And then here's my document for encountering. There you go, that's my collection. But no, I get too many shinies. Truth be told, I get too many shinies to make like a video, and I think it's cringe. I think it's cringe to brag about how many shinies you have, you know? It's like, look how flaccid my member is, you know? It's like, look. My entire life is based off of achievements within a knockoff Pokemon game. Tell me I'm cool, chat. Tell me I'm cool. That would be like the scene of the general removing his cape with too many medals. Yeah. I have 191 Chinese. I have 191, not 190. Don't just see me. Bro, the amount of songs is actually funny. I scrolled and it's just 4 rules. I'm trying to fix Scrippy right now. Sorry, chat. I'm just trying to. No problem. Bro, the amount of bronzongs you have is actually funny. Yeah. Why not single more often? Master, I have more than 1 million single encounters, my friend. You always hear about like the rumors, but like if you look at my encounters, you look at the amount of fishing shinies, I singled for 3 years straight, man. That's why I get irrationally mad. That's why I get irrationally mad when you guys say, why not single? You don't understand. Almost all the first 60 mons were from singling. But like, people get unlucky like I do. What they usually do is quit the game. You guys just see one person successful at egging or one person successful at singles, and you see my page and you go, oh no, the reality is I've done as much if not more singles than someone like Rumel. The difference is I don't get any like lucky ones. My Slowpoke was a single, 9 of my Loudtrids were singles, my Dragonair was a single, my Staryu obviously was a single, my 191k Tauros was a single, my Bellsprout, my Sunkern, or you look at those mods, 2 of my Tentacles were singles. Some people just don't get rares, and some people always get rares. It is what it is. But yeah, I singled for 3 years. That's why if you look in my showcase, you'll see I have like no 5 forwards. And the Slowpoke was Island 5 Meadow. And then you'll see other people, they'll get like Togepi first time. And then if you look at the encounters next to it, a lot of people don't understand 30k singles is the same time commitment as 110,000 5 forwards. So it's like, yeah. It's luck, of course. Didn't know you had so long. I normally mix stuff. No, dude, I was like, I would single all day, every day. Pete's one of my oldest viewers, if you see his founder badge. I've done more singles than anyone I know. I just never hit. I hit like Staryu, Dragonair, Slowpoke, Slack Off. I hit a Gloom. I hit a Farfetch'd. I'm at 39 phases for Chikorita with singles. Over 400,000 species encounters across Chikorita, across Bayleaf. Yeah. Yeah, Safari singles, yeah. And I did it before lure encounters existed. It was a lot more painful than it is these days. Is what it is. Is what it is, friends. But the good thing is 5 forwards are nothing. I go to 100K, I'm like, okay. People come here, they complain about 60K and 5 forwards, I'm like, okay. And no problem, by the way, Decoy. I'm just trying to figure out why my script isn't working. Who's in Paris? Oh man, don't do me like that. Don't do me like that, bro. Hey Miller,
No.
I gotta ask the hard question. Do you know the answer to it?
Yes.
Who's in Paris? My friend Miller just looks at me and goes, by the way, can I do a purge? I got 9 signals, 1 egg, 20 hordes. I'm hoping for another egg this year. Rigged game. Well, GG's married. Hey chat, what I do in the command prompt to delete the C? Like there's I don't know what I do, spare me? What I do in the command prompt to get rid of the little carrot so I can launch my program. How do I get rid of the little carrot? It won't delete the C. I don't know how to delete that little carrot. Anybody here good with computers? I don't get it. No, I don't know how to get it. So this little carrot for C is cooking me. Because I'm trying to get it, like, if I type in desktop, right? I can get rid of this little carrot, see? Doing good, man. Yeah, it is, but I'd like to be a barber squirrel, so I'm gonna get a parking. Cyndaquil Swarm Johto. Cyndaquil Swarm Johto. I give up, chat. I'm giving up. I tried, Jet. Ba 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 da da. Hey, somebody got a shiny Shelmet in Volvo. Can I blow your whistle, baby? Sure. There's nothing inappropriate about that. Sure, boss. What an innocent song. I don't know why people act like it's not. Alright, we're just gonna do the one account. Scrippy's not working. Oops. I can say so long. Me first shiny for hordes. Nice. Cinda Johto, bounty 1 million if anyone hits in a swarm. Alright, chat, I guess I'll get this shiny Cyndaquil real quick. You guys ready? I guess we can get this shiny Cyndaquil real quick. Oh, Shin's back. Alright, chat. What country has the worst food? Oh, Edo. Oh, did it despawn? No, there it is. India? India has good curry. I like their curry. I think it's UK. I'm with Abe on this one. Yeah, probably some African. But which first world country? I think it's UK. Beans and toast is disgusting. Was I owning before? I was Solos. America. Are you serious? You think America legitimately? Like home of the greatest barbecue in the world? Turkish food is not good. Turkish is first world. Well, America is a new country. It's not a colony. It has no culinary history. Have you been to America? Because I've been to 32 countries, and America still has like my favorite food. Like legitimately. It's based off what you've seen online. What have you seen online? I've been to USA. Did you actually go to like nice places, or did you just like go to Wendy's and be in America and McDonald's and been like, yeah, USA's food stinks? Have you had Texas barbecue? Have you had New York style pizza? Northeast subs, Northeast clam chowder, Northeast lobster? Been to a Chili's, which is a chain franchise, still blows most other countries' food out of the water. A bit of everything for me. The best food is Mediterranean food. I'm from Spain and nothing can compare, I'd say. Okay. Well, I'm going to go to Spain, so I'll have that to weigh in. But I lived in Japan. I lived in Japan for almost 10 years. And I missed American food so much, and everyone says Japan has good food, and I missed American food. Turkey is part of NATO. I'm not sure if that's first world. First world, usually it has a bunch of different unaccepted definitions, but usually it's if they participate in World War II. Probably he talks about food of some random person that he doesn't know how to cook, and you throw whatever in the oven. If you go to like a good diner and get a burger and fries, it's unmatched. Steak in general in America, a lot of the steak places. Yeah, for me, I don't put any country in front of us in terms of food taste. Is it good for you? Probably not, but like in terms of like food taste, I don't put anyone above us. Not the biggest surprise. We are all gonna tend to prefer the food we grew up with more. Yeah. But I mean, like, I've been to countries that straight up have bad food. You know what I'm saying? And I've had a lot of Japanese friends who love American food. Not ranking the US in top 3 would be a mistake. Good one. Good one. Yeah, I guess it depends what you're eating. If you're eating pasta and stuff, maybe. But if you're eating like Texas barbecue, like there's no country like I had this discussion with my roommate the other day, but there's no country that comes close in terms of steak, burgers, and like a lot of the beef related dishes. in my opinion. But if that's not your preference and you're a carbs guy, I can see why you prefer like Japanese ramen or Japanese rice. But like also California Mexican, right? That's really good, and it's Tex-Mex. I do love me some lard. Yeah, lemons. I know you're American. What do you think about them saying that America has the worst food in the world out of any first world country? Dog, not even Germany can beat us with beef. Have you ever visited? So I abstain from ranking countries that I haven't been to. So no, but I will visit Germany. I'm gonna be living in Spain come January, and it's very cheap to go from Spain to Germany. So I will visit Spain. Hey, if any of you guys want to put me and my wife up in a guest room, let me know. I'll go to your country first. For me, it's Spain, Italy, Japan, my foods. Well, I lived in Japan for a while. I don't put Japan in the top. And I tried like everything Japan has to offer. And my favorite foods in Japan were non-Japanese foods. Like the Indian curry in Japan was outstanding, among the best I've ever had. The same way I say Americanized Chinese food is my favorite food. It's up there. Like, unironically, guys, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Because I'm gonna move to an EU time zone soon, obviously, in January next year. And when I go on vacation, I'm gonna be like, okay, guys, DM me who I should visit, and if you'll put me up, you'll get priority. If you will let my wife and I crash on your floor, you'll get priority. She's gonna complain about sleeping on the floor. I don't care. I'm paying the plane tickets. She already refuses. She's a Marine veteran, so she's like, I don't want to camp ever. I don't want to camp ever. Because I recommended backpacking, because we don't really know what we're going to do in other countries. Like, we can just hop on a train and just go make a trip of it and figure out where we like. We're definitely going to visit the Vatican. Both of us are devout Catholics, but like, but yeah, legitimately, when the time comes, advertise your countries. Be like, come here, come here, come here. Yeah, we don't want to have kids our first year. That way we can enjoy trips and stuff. If we have a kid, we're cooked, but until then. Oh, she loves it, and she loves Gregorian music. And she's really excited. She wants to go to Latin Mass all the time. But it's crazy because I know Spain is supposedly the #1 feminist country in the world. So when I heard that crap, I was scared out of my mind. Apparently, Spain is one of the most infected feminist countries. Any of my Spaniards in chat care to confirm that information? That's the world's perception of you anyway. I love the Midwest. I've been to the Midwest. Lemons. Also, let me give you a shout out, Lemons. I'm from New Hampshire, boss. EU has great train lines or coaches if you're budgeting. The Vatican is a must-see, in my opinion. Serene Chapel. Yeah, we're going to the Sistine. Yep, we're going to go to the Vatican. We're going to go to the Sistine Chapel. Yep, absolutely. But she doesn't want to use the trains. New Hampshire is probably colder. It's not really. We don't have wind chill. You have wind chill. The Midwest has more like... The Midwest is... weather has ADHD. Where it will just be like one, and then it'll just pivot, and it'll just be something else, and it's all in an hour. Like the Midwest is crazy. Versus New Hampshire, it's just like, guess what? It's 10 degrees today. And I go, okay, and I put on my down jacket and I'm fine. It's not cold at all. You see all the beautiful snow. New England has like the best falls. But guys who have been to America, right? Guys who've been to America and say American has bad food. If you didn't go to any Northeast countries, I mean any Northeast states, right? Like Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, specifically New Hampshire, I can understand why you have the opinion that America doesn't have the best food. But if your butt went to Louisiana, Florida, or New Hampshire, you're way colder, Lemons. You're way colder. We never have one chill. I think that's biased, bro. I'm not from Louisiana. And I am more of a world traveler than like borderline anybody. I'm more of a world traveler than borderline anyway, Pete. As I said, 32 countries. And I don't think California has very good food. Their tacos are outstanding, but everything else is mid. And I think Tex-Mex might even be better than California tacos. In-N-Out is just an okay burger. I don't care what people say. In-N-Out is just okay. And that's only Iowa. I can't imagine Minnesota or the Dakotas. He is right, though. It's biased from the fact that it's what you like. It's almost as if it's not impossible to objectively state which food is superior. That's why I rank foods based off of what you want to eat, right? Anyone who's been listening to the whole conversation, if you're carb oriented, I can see why you don't like American food. But if you're meat, fried chicken, burger oriented, there is nobody who is a burger oriented person is gonna have any like, oh, America doesn't have good food. If you're a steak-oriented person, there's nobody who's going to be like, America doesn't have good food. If you go to the Northeast and you're a fish-oriented person, there's nobody who's going to say America doesn't have good food. Now, if you're a pizza person and you go to California, the pizza here sucks. The pizza here is irredeemably bad. It deserves all the hate it gets. But New England's fine because I'm Italian. I'm Italian Puerto Rican. We have so many Italians we have like Americanized Italian food, and it's outstanding in New England, right? Pizza is trash in Florida too. Amen. Amen to that. You go to the South for pizza, pizza is trash in the South. You're right. Stating America doesn't have good food is equally wrong. It's a country with 300 plus million people. To think there is no good food in that country is... There's a reason Americans are obese, you know? Pizza in Italy or New York pizza. So I've had Italy pizza. I've had the Neapolitans. Italy has good pizza, but it comes down to preference, right? And New York, let me say something controversial. Let me give it a hot take. New York's pizza is worse than the Boston area pizza. I've had New York pizza. I've been to all the best. I've waited in line for hours. It was good. Not the best. Not the best. Oh, Dave Perotti agrees with that? Dude, who's from Connecticut? Wait. You're from Connecticut? A boy named Sue? Dude, I have a lot of family in Farmington. I have a lot of family in Connecticut. Connecticut got okay pizza. You, Rhode Island, you guys are right. You guys are okay. You guys have good pizzas. I'd say a little bit better, especially for the money. Yeah. No, yeah. But I went home. So I went home, and my dad had a heart attack 2 years ago, right? And I went home, and I hadn't had Romano's in like 10 years. And I'm like, surely I've been around the world now. I've had pizza all these other places. When I visit America, I thought the diners were really good for late nights. We don't get that in EU. That's what I'm saying, Decoy. The diners in America slap. You need to go to the right places. If you're going to McDonald's, you're out of your mind. McDonald's sucks. You know? Even in terms of chains, Chili's is always consistent and good. Diners are dying fast. No, it depends. Depends on the diner, Pete. Depends on your area, depends on the diner. That's a stereotype. They're dying fast in dumb countries, but dumb areas, but not like not where I live. Maybe in Florida. But I went to Romano's and I'm like, surely it's not as good as I remember, right? Surely, like, you know, I was a kid. Surely Romano's isn't as good as I remember, right? This is after not having it for 10 years. I am no longer a big eater. I eat one meal a day most days, right? I eat one meal a day most days, and it'll be like a big meal, or I'll have like 2 meals, right? And I went home to New Hampshire. I got a large pepperoni pizza, just basic Romano's pizza. And after 10 years, it was the best pizza I've ever had. And I said, surely, and it was on stream too. I killed off an entire large pizza. And I'm talking, what was it, 26 inches? It was like this big. And I killed off the entire pizza in 20 minutes. And oh my gosh, it was everything as good as I remember. The crust had a crunch and flakiness to it. It had a sweetness to it. Had the perfect ratio. Had a little bit of grease, just the way I like it. And Romano's was as good as I remember it. And I'm like, what the heck? It was even better. If I go back to Jersey, that's the first thing I'm doing is downing pizza. I love New Jersey pizza. But as I said, I still, it's like the one restaurant, Romano's, and then Great American Subs. And I've been outspoken that Great American Subs is my favorite food of all time. And also Northeastern, you have to hit the right place. But Northeastern, Americanized Chinese food. So if I was to make a tier list of Minish's favorite foods, it would be Japanese Indian curry. Number 5. Number 4 would be South Korean spicy fried chicken. Number 3 will be Romano's pizza. Number 2, actually no, Romano's pizza is going to be number 2. Romano's pizza will be number 2. Number 3 will be Americanized Chinese food, and then number 1 will be Great American Subs. Steak Bomb, Litchfield, New Hampshire. Londonderry, New Hampshire. I had Chicago pizza. It's not good. Chicago pizza, probably Giordano's. Probably Giordano's is the biggest tourist trap, Baron. I got a photographic memory, so if you need me to rifle through the different pizza places, but Giordano's is actually a chain place, and that's how you usually know it's bad. But it's one of the most famous in Chicago. Chicago deep dish is it's not good. American Chinese food is hard to find a good one around me. It's not good. Americanized Chinese food is awful in, like, none of these exist in Florida. None of these exist in California. But California has really good fish tacos and stuff. Now, my brother lived there, so he took me to the right places, but meh. I don't go to McDonald's when going abroad. Yeah, that's running it down mid. That's running it down mid for sure. Guys, I just started any good video where I can find a good starting team comp. Oh, bro, I got you. You came to the right spot, boss. I've been probably the most active content creator for the last 4.5 years. Right there is my new player guide, everything I wish I knew when I started 4.5 years ago. In the description, you'll have a story walkthrough of every region. You'll have my suggestions how to min-max your money and what purchases to make. And I actually recommend AirTag that I cannibalize you from my own stream and you just go watch that video. But pay attention. I go over mechanics that some players might not be familiar with, and it's important that you save your yen, and then the importance of itemization, because items don't get locked region to region, and it also sets you up for late game. So I'm going to tell you how to min-max your beginning playthrough while setting you up for late game. And if you really want to min-max, in the description below, I have a 5-hour Kanto speedrun guide that also sets you up for late game. There's no fat. It's just gonna be like, okay, like there's more ways if you want to fast clear, like do a Porygon Z strat. But the Porygon Z strat is only for a fast clear. It's not good for resource management, and that's what you need to focus on as a new player. What's up, Hamza? Good to see you. Bought Chinese food in the Midwest once and threw it out the second I opened it. And I never waste food. Yeah. Best thing in USA for me. Thank you, AirTech, for the follow. Welcome stream. Best thing in the USA for me is the opportunity you get if you want to grow your business or make good money, being hardworking. But it's work-oriented society. I don't like to live there personally. Yeah, that's fair. And it's getting worse and worse in terms of what you're describing. But yeah, dude, I stand by New England has the best food in the world. Now, do we have good tacos? Absolutely not. Do we have good spaghetti? I'll say no. Do we have the world's best seafood? We have good seafood. I wouldn't say it's the world's best, you know? But in terms of pizza, steak and cheese, it's unmatched. If you want pizza, Americanized Chinese food, and steak and cheese, it's unmatched. And those three are my favorite foods. And they're my favorite foods because those are the best things available in my area, and I grew up with them. So I still love a cheeseburger. I love a cheeseburger, and I make a good cheeseburger. I even have Australian people, when I give my burger guide, which is on YouTube, which I made for a friend, they'll be like, Minish, I followed your burger recipe. It slaps. It does. At the end of the day, you should be cooking for yourself anyway. But America has good beef. Spain is great in food variety and quality, good quality of life, and good for growing family, but crap for work opportunities. I'm considering having my wife be a visa holder, and then she can only be there 90 days out of 180 days. And then that way we can keep the California BH, which would be $4,400. Because if we go to Spain, right? If we go to Spain, Baron, we're only gonna get $2,000 instead of $4,400 for the housing, because your quality of life and your cost of living is so much lower than in America. In terms of USD. So I'm seeing if I would make an additional $70,000 over the 2 years. But she would have to be comfortable being away from me for a year. Because it'd be 90 days, she's at her parents' 90 days. 90 days out here, at her parents' 90 days, you know? Which I'm cool with, you know? But it depends. We get separation pay. Yeah, exactly. Like Master, you're tracking that I have like a house paid off. I get like a passive $1,400 off that alone. I'm usually putting away $7,000 a month into my savings. And then if I'm having a good investment month, sometimes I put away $22,000. Papa. And then my understanding of Spain is the average mortgage in Spain, even with gentrification, is I could get a good house for $1,300 USD rent. Like I could get a nice 2-bedroom, 1-bath for $1,300 a month in a good area, based off what I was looking at. And your government is like, in fact, encouraging gentrification and padding their pockets with the money that's coming in, rather than protecting the average Spain person. And then apparently your government is like the #1 feminist government in the world. I feel bad for you guys. Madrid is expensive. Like, I love when they say it's good for an economy because the GDP is going up because people are coming in, but it's horrible for the people. We got bad government right now. He allied himself with an ex-terrorist group and communists to keep in power. Hopefully next elections change. And yeah, you guys are the only one not paying 5% to NATO. And then you said you'd pay 2% and you haven't paid that. And then like you're not letting American planes like land in your airports for whatever reason. In the middle of a war that's mostly like EU's problem. Me personally, I think America should just leave you guys be to figure it out, but whatever. I thought my orders might get canceled with how bad our relationships are with Spain right now. You know? Abe, are you lurking still or not? Well, about Iran, personally, I don't agree so much. Like, it's pretty obvious it's an economic move. Thank you, Trey Wood, for petrol, like Venezuela or others, even if I don't want Iran's regime. Thank you, Trey Wood. I think it's a mix. I think it's a mix of a lot of things. I think it's a mix of a lot of things. I know we were having issues with the funding of like Hezbollah and stuff, but then how much of that is propagated to have the justification to go into Iran for, as you said, petrol, right? There's definitely some truth to what you're saying. But at the end of the day, are we fighting Israel's war? Yes or no? And then there's a lot of other things and a lot of other a lot of other scary motivations we can say exist and may or may not exist, you know? Minish, what do you prefer? Have a perfect Mon 6x31 or all Mon, or a Mon that have user stats and then use your IVs? No, you're good, Glocks. 6x31. I was just wondering if you're still here. Yeah, yeah, I just hope we're not fighting a war for Israel. Like, there's always the argument that Iran is a state sponsor of terrorism, but how much of that is propagated, I don't know. But I know Iran's own civilians don't support the regime, and if they were, which we believe it to be. Also, this is my alt I didn't show earlier. This is Loudtrib. I love Loudtrib. That's that alt. I'm happy not living the mainlands. Yeah. It seemed, whether or not it's true or not, it seemed they were happy about their people. So many things we don't know about stuff going under our radar yet. If the justifications are not lies meant to make us just blindly hate Iran, then the justifications for the war on Iran are justified and the war makes sense, because at the end of the day they are a state sponsor for terrorism. But that being said, right, even if they are a state sponsor for terrorism, why are we doing things the way we're doing them? How much of this was propagated because Israel hates them? Are we in the pocket of Israel? Are we intentionally destabilizing the Middle East? There's a lot of questions to be asked. It's probably going to be a net positive in the future unless a new regime like the old one comes back and still lives with the 1700s mentality. American military food is better than British military. Your canteens are better equipped. Also, rations are better. I like the Navy. Everyone complains about the food they serve us in the galleys, but I like it. Wasn't there even internal conflict in the U.S. because Trump didn't get approval from Congress or something? So anything Trump does, good or bad, is going to have a negative spin to it, which is just the sad reality we live in. Trump could solve cancer, and the conversation would be how he's putting people out of work by solving cancer. Obama did the same thing, and it received no criticism. So I don't take that claim seriously at all. And that's my reasoning for not taking that claim seriously at all. You get me? Like, if they're not going to criticize Obama for doing the exact same thing, and they're going to criticize Trump, that's kind of regarded. Now, is Trump without fault? No, absolutely not. I don't like the way he implemented tariffs. I don't like the way he handled the Epstein files. I'm not a Trumper. I think he's he's kept most of his promises, but he does lie on occasion or over exaggerate. And yeah, I really don't like the handling of the Epstein files and a couple religious things. Yeah, fair. I have no deals. I'm pretty educated on American politics, but what it boils down to is you don't hate the mainstream media enough on both sides. False reporting is so rampant, it is so sad. Right? It's just actually sad, you know, how bad false reporting is. And I'm just really disheartened by a lot of people handling things the way they handle it. What you got, boy, is yeah, like it's so bad. But yeah, as I said, Trump could find the cure for cancer, and they'll talk about how people laid off jobs. There's no like support for Iranian women right now, and like them getting killed on the streets. Like the plot is so bad, and then both parties just like, it's sad, man. And then they're defunding veterans benefits now, and there's just so much. There's just so much filth. So am I like super Trump positive? I'm overall positive. I'd say for me, I give Trump like a 75, which is honestly better than expected. He's done at least for the most part, he's defended American interest. Yeah. At the end of the day, if a politician is doing a 50% job, I'm okay. You know? Yep. Like Trump still is like super into AI. He's not. He tells us all the time the GDP is good, so like Americans are doing well, which just is objectively not true, right? He's in the back pocket of like big business as well. He definitely is in Israel's pocket a little bit, but I do hear him criticize them sometimes, which is nice. But both parties are controlled by Israel. This is getting sad. This is getting sad. Like, it should really be just like, we help other countries, like, when it's in the interest of us, and when, like, a country is clearly in the wrong, right? When it's an American interest, that makes sense. But to be like, so, why are we giving other countries foreign aid? And when Americans have to deal with a hurricane, we're giving like not even a 20th of that, of what we give to other countries, to our own people, right? The tariff thing ended up resulting in losing in Supreme Court. So all the prices that got raised due to tariffs that American taxpayers and American citizens were paying, because these companies spiked their prices and they blamed the Trump tariffs, which also have political ramifications for it. So prices went up, and then we're supposed to get that money back, but the Supreme Court ruled the tariffs unconstitutional. So all the big business gets all the money that they collected from tariffs back, and we don't see a cent of it, and we continue paying the increased rates. So once again, the only people hurt are the working class. And we're about to see the global economy is about to get worse because anyone who doesn't understand, right now, one of the reasons everybody's been able to invest so heavily and not care about ramifications is actually because of Japan. Japan has had legislation that said that pretty much their banks loan at 0% interest or near zero. So everybody was taking out yen and converting it into their currency. So they would get a Japanese yen loan, and then they would convert it into their country's currency, and then they would invest that. And that's been happening for years and years and years, like the last 14 years. And Japan recently opted out of that. So now you're going to see, like, we can't just keep getting more money from Japan. And it's not just America that's going to be affected. It's going to be the global economy as a whole. It's not going to look good for Japan either, because a lot of their money that they were getting in was from these interests. Like I always say, middle class is disappearing. The middle class was doing really, really good before COVID, and whether or not it was done intentionally or it's just a byproduct that happened accidentally, the middle class has never felt worse than after COVID. Almost everybody's savings got destroyed. A lot of the jobs got destroyed. A lot of the family-owned small businesses didn't get bailouts, while the mega corporations got interest-free bailouts. And then everyone suffered. Churches suffered. A lot of America's wealth. I know, I can only speak for America. I don't know enough. But a lot of America's middle class got destroyed off of COVID. And whether or not that was by design, I don't know. Because they have some smart people in government, you know? A good way to start when you're looking into an issue is you think about who benefits the most, right? From like this system or whatever system. You can think of, okay, who benefits from this trade and change? Yeah, but it'll be interesting how we're gonna do when Japan stops buying our debt effectively, and what's gonna happen to the stabilization of the market. Oh, that's nice of Knowles to say. Cabinet makers and did store building for Verizon, T-Mobile, and Metro PCS. At the end of the day, guys, worrying about globalist issues is a waste of time. Focus on your country. Focus on the people around you, right? Don't get too involved with politics. You should be aware because it is part of your responsibility to be educated, in my opinion. Everybody who goes, oh, it's politics, I don't care, you know, I think that's kind of dumb, personally. It's like, well, you should care because, like, you know, these people run your lives. Granted, do you have any impact? No, but maybe you should, like, at least have an understanding. That way you're less likely to get manipulated, you know? But, like, at the end of the day, can you control what Trump does? Can you control what, like, any of these people do? No. If you make your entire personality political issues, it's a miserable existence, you know? We're at 17,000 already? Ooh, that's cool. Agreed. Those old people not going to care about someone's opinions. Yeah. Like, be educated enough, like, so you know what's going on and you know who to avoid and you don't get manipulated, but, like, you shouldn't ever be over invested with politics, right? I know a lot of people are like, Trump is going to solve all of our problems. They're just as bad. They're just as bad as the pro-Trumpers are just as bad as the far left. Well, not really, because the far left supports killing children. For me, from a religious perspective, whether or not you agree with that, even though it's common to do that, but I'm not a Trump fan. And then JD Vance has been a little sussy recently, and the Republican Party has foreign interests and big business interests. I would love to have multiple parties, but they would never do that. Same in sports. People support others they don't know, like they were family. I used to love the NFL. But like after watching the Patriots punt 11 times in the Super Bowl and not throw the ball for no reason, I'm starting to believe maybe the NFL is rigged, you know? And the whole line of employees and those working further lost their jobs too, so it never picked back up. Did you guys see the Jeff Kaplan interview? I listened to a bit of the Jeff Kaplan interview, and the CFO of Activision Blizzard told Jeff Kaplan that if he doesn't raise the profits by a certain amount, he is going to lay off, I think it was 1,000 employees or 10,000 employees, and it will be his fault. And these corporate idiots who are put in charge of a lot of these video game companies, these AAA quote-unquote companies, don't understand that, like, oh, you know, Fortnite has 10,000 employees, and, you know, the 10,000 employees have this budget, so we're going to give you this budget and the same amount of employees, and we want you to make Fortnite. And then they see how much Fortnite's making, and then they see a successful game like Overwatch, and then they're just like, oh, it's not enough. Fortnite's making more money. What the heck? It's a bunch of idiots. Sad story, man. You guys had no help from the government. The only people who really got help from the government were big business. That's why a lot of the mom and shop spots went under. They gave us PPF loans and then demanded the money back. Yep. So we went under. Yep. The only ones who got like the good loans and the loan forgiveness were big business. And then also giving money to a politician is a tax write-off. Did you know that? So pretty much you give the money to the politician, and then you make sure you're supporting the winning side, and then they defend your interest, and then you get the money back once they win in a tax write-off. And then the politician will say, like, this cost $100 million, and in reality it costs like maybe a couple thousand, and then they pocket the rest of the money. They've been doing this for years. And then they do work projects, like they're gonna build a high-speed rail in California, which makes no sense given like the state of California. We're too far spread out. And then they embezzle like $4 billion. I think it's like $17 billion. I forget what the exact amount is. You can look it up. High-speed rail project, California. And they embezzle all of it. Like, make this make sense. How is Gavin Newsom, who makes $100,000 a year, able to live in like a $20 million house? You know? It was a scam. Almost 15 years of my career gone. Yeah, I feel like COVID, whether or not it was intended, it was designed to kill off the middle class. Regardless, that's the result. You know, the scale of money they move, they profit off it. And then you want regulation, you want transparency. and it's always the like both parties don't want like transparency because they don't kill their interests and they won't have the ability to embezzle anymore. I love the idea of creating a government auditing agency that's funded independently, and then you give pay incentives based off how much fraud they're able to find. And then that also creates American jobs to hire people for the auditing agency, and they don't even need to audit everybody. They just need to exist, because they audit one or two of these big companies. The other companies are going to start doing things correctly because of fear of the auditing agency. There needs to be an auditing agency put into place, right? And that's a great use of taxpayer money. I'm a big fan of FDR, Franklin D. Roosevelt, right? He did public work projects to get us out of the Great Depression, such as building the roads, building a lot of the nation's bridges and national critical infrastructure. So he's spending money, which gets us a service, new bridges, new roads, right? And then you're going to have to pay Americans to build those. You're going to have to pay Americans to plan those, Americans to secure things, right? And keep everything safe and investigate. And then you're pumping money back into the American people. The American people are happy because they're getting new roads. And then like that's good government spending. But what that requires is it requires auditing agencies. Like, we spent this much here, we spent this much here. But there's so many bad actors. And then a lot of people are just so brain dead. Or we've made it popular to not talk about politics in any capacity. And that's by design. So a lot of these brain dead people will be like, oh, I don't want to talk about politics, as they vote for a politician that is embezzling millions of dollars a year, as they vote for a politician that they have no idea what they stand for on issues, that the politicians themselves don't know what they stand for on issues. Gav Newsom has recently said he has issues reading, and that's why he doesn't do cue cards. This is somebody who's trying to run for president of the United States. You look at like I know he's one of the biggest clowns, right? Tim Walz was embezzling money for years, and that now they're defending the embezzlement as hate speech. That's one of the main reasons I'm biased on the effects of COVID, such as also having my dad heart attack right now after the vaccine. Even small neighborhood communities take so much money to imagine country leaders. I don't have to. That's one of the main reasons I moved to Florida. Auditing agency is an even better idea than a 31 IV NPC, which I love. Thank you, bud. Yeah, I would love an auditing agency, but you know, big business pays off the politicians, and the politicians, it's a money loop. And then they don't want to patch any of these systems by design. They don't want to patch any of these systems, because then they won't have their funds. No one really works for the working class these days, you know? It's really sad. You know, racism and sexism and all this other stuff started getting engineered right after Occupy Wall Street. Like, a lot of they try to destabilize us. Like, these people are smart, man. Like, they try to destabilize us with non-issue issues. Like, the trans issue is like a 99.1% issue. The gender issue is perpetuated to keep people divided. The race issue is perpetuated to keep people divided. In reality, there is an extreme elitist, rich class of people, right? And there's systems in place to keep them rich, and they pay off the politicians so they keep acting in their own interests, and the politicians get some of their little slice of the pie, and then they default to doing whatever they're told to do. Go to war with Israel, not pass this policy, have the Supreme Court leaders not side with the idea of tariffs on other countries, right? On American businesses, to give billion-dollar grants to these companies for inclusion policies. Like, they can't take your shinies though. True. I don't think it's that they're really that smart. I think it's more that there are a large number of people who aren't intelligent and low followership. That's part of it, but the fact that they're able to engineering issues to deflect from issues. Like, we've been saying it for years. When the Epstein files came out, Barack Obama talked about aliens like that same week, and then Trump followed up with the alien quote. Like, they're all playing for the same team. They're all playing for big business and to represent. Like, there's a reason the names were redacted, you know? But as I said, none of this is really worth worrying about. It's just worth being aware of. And then understanding that you have no power to control it and it doesn't matter. I'm not trying to be like a doomer, but like, it's like, okay, I'm going to worry about like the fact that our government is in the pocket of another government, or I'm going to worry about politicians being bought out. It's like, at the end of the day, if you don't like a state big enough, right, you save your money, you live smart, and then you go to a better state. Even if you don't like America, you go to another country, you know? You're not wrong at all. Snorlax Kanto, get that shiny bros. Snorlax Kanto. But it's like, don't be too invested into politics, but just be aware, right? And look for patterns. And pattern recognition and educating yourself is never the wrong choice. It's crazy that in the little British propaganda thing, it discouraged looking up information. That's the most crazy dystopian thing I've ever seen. And then now in America, we have a girl who doesn't know how to read, who's graduating valedictorian of her class. Like, what are we doing? My island stays unknown. I don't belong here, there's something wrong here. I won't be drawn to love in paradise. You're mine, all mine. Time can take a heavy toll. All I hear is screams. You don't know what I've gone through. You don't know what I've sacrificed. All these comrades I once knew. Every friend, saw them die. All I hear are screams. This life is amazing when you greet it with open arms. We'll be fine if we're leading from the heart. World with open arms, greet the world with open arms. Yeah, I got the third highest SAT score in my class, but was beat out on the honors list by some kids in special classes. God bless. God bless. Only worry about what you can control. Prioritize family, prioritize your friends. Prioritize relationships of people you care about. You know, do the Petrowski effect where you turn your brain off and just focus on things you enjoy. But like, don't be completely oblivious, because you have to be aware of the evils to like not get manipulated. But like, you know, be aware, but don't worry about it, if that makes sense. Like, look at the fire across the street and go, well, okay, and then put your safety nets up to prevent that from happening to you, and then care about your little people, you know? That's the healthiest way to go through, because at the end of the day, we have a lot of things going for us, you know? Like, we have all the video games from the early 2000s you can replay. We have a lot of people who are unmotivated and bad employees. So if you really, really are a valuable asset with a good skill, there's actually a shortage of good workers depending on what career path you go into. anyone with a good amount of motivation who works hard, learns how to sell themselves in corporate America can get ahead. But there's a lot of factors at play. It's not always the case, but like in general on a bell curve, there is a shortage of good workers and competent people. But as somebody said in chat earlier, that the culture in America is you have to work, you can start your own business, but you really have to work, and it's a work culture, right? And that's not for everybody, obviously. But yeah, we're in scary times, but I love Duosion. I think it's actually a cool shiny. And I actually like the second form the best. There was a friend who used to hang out here all the time, Nobody Nice. If you look at any of my old Twitch clips, he's like the leader of Air before Air and I had the issues. And he turned all of his starters into the second evolution, which I respect. He has a shiny Combuskin, he has a shiny Grovyle, and he has a shiny what's Mudkip's second evolution? Marshtomp. But yeah, not bad. OP Must, yeah. There was an air person shunting right next to me. I love the sword. I think it looks really good with my cosmetic. I like the rapier. Abe, did you see how much money I'm up already? And this is a long-term investment. Abe, did you see how much money I'm up already? For my long-term investment? Is it safe to say SS particle the best particle? It's always good complementary particle. It's always a good complementary. See, Gabe? Remember when I bought them for 1 million? Remember when I bought the entire thing out for 1 million? And I have 4 boxes of these guys. Proud of me. How are Dusk Balls doing? I told people not to. How are Dusk Balls doing? RNG argued with me and then listened to me and made a bunch of money. Alize argued with me and then listened to me and made a bunch of money. Not RNG, what's his face? Lol. Reversed. Reversed argued with me, then made a bunch of money. Alize argued with me and then made a bunch of money. And they repaid us by leaving the team, Abe. That's what you get for caring about people, Abe. Let them go. Unironically, and you know this is true. If you and I are on this team will always survive. This team will always be an upper team. As long as you and I are on it. Now, you add Tien to the team. You add like Timmy Blaster. Shin is a really good recruit. He's new. Like, we have a lot of good complementary members, but at the end of the day, if you and I stay on this team, it's good. And I'm happy. At the end of the day, I'm happy those people came at me sideways. It's been a net positive. Exactly. Team's been better since all of them left, yeah. Like, I don't know what their problem was, bro. I completely forgave it, let it go. and then they're just taking shots and just starting drama all the time. I wish them the best. I hope they grow up. But yeah, since we just made the decision, like, didn't even crash out, you know, I just said, okay, you know, you guys go on your way. No hate. Minish, I don't know the full story about egging with Chikorita. Is it the only thing you attempted? It was the vast majority of eggs I attempted. There's like a couple one-offs, like Rapid Spin Tenta in there, and there's a couple one-offs. But yeah, I have over 400,000 lifetime Chikorita encounters. And like I put a bunch of alphas, so I've done like 60k alphas out of my 220k breeds. And yeah, you know, there's some like random Chimchar that was in there for a while. And I did 50k eggs back when it was complete cancer and 200 was considered good. It was a lot more expensive to breed. But yeah, and then I single encountered. A lot of people would be like, why not single encounter for? I single encountered for 3 years for it. It is what it is, you know? But if you look in any of my clips from 4 years ago, you'll see me egging it. A good way to put it out is I had a viewer who's like, when you started your Chikorita egg hunt, I hadn't met my wife yet, and in the time I have gotten married, I've had 2 kids, and you're still egg hunting Chikorita. That gave me a lot of perspective. When one of my friends, when I first started streaming, told me that gave me a lot of perspective. He has found he had no girlfriend, found his girlfriend, got married, and had 2 kids, and my Chikorita hunt is still going. What's my favorite shiny starter? It was Chikorita, but now I kind of hate it, to be honest, given the current circumstance. And not one success out of it. So if you look at my montage, right, there was a quote-unquote glitch where when the egg hatch animation came out, and a couple people reported that certain eggs would say they're shiny and they wouldn't hatch shiny. But a couple of the eggs that said they were shiny hatched shiny. And my Chimchar egg, if you look at the clip, had a star next to it as if it was shiny. And none of my other eggs did. And when I hatched it, it didn't hatch shiny. And now then we found out there were such thing as shiny locks. They said it was only for not beating a region quick enough, but they also said the captchas were a random and automatic system. And then after finally getting, like, pushing the issue high enough to where I had a Q and Desu email chain through one of my moderation friends, they told me there is a flagging system and it can be attributed to my marathon streaming sessions. So I always question my sanity on whether or not that Chimchar was actually shiny. But because of a flagging system, because I used to payday for $7 million a week, I would be playing 18 hours a day and paydaying all day and doing 2 gym runs. So I'm wondering if because I was paydaying, the game decided to lock me, and then that's why that Chimchar never had shiny. Because there was other people who reported that same week that they were, right when the glitch came out, that their eggs were shiny. It was saying shiny eggs, and they would hatch it, and the eggs would be shiny. But mine wasn't, and a couple others weren't. It wasn't just me. Did you know in institute from my country, this institute, their heads are politicians, and a politician gave 3 employees a ticket about returning money for a brand new car, and presented their political party in March. Now that specific ticket is that you have to give that money and give 5 people the same ticket for spreading the tickets to the employees of the institute to money. If you're denied the ticket, didn't give the money, or didn't give the ticket, an extra ticket, the same amount, you would be penalized for your job. The same people got fired by denying the ticket. I've been married. I have been married. I married, had 2 kids, and found a swarm shiny Charmander. Based Baron. I was there, yeah. I'm over 2 billion in the hole, Angel. I'm over 2 billion in the hole with no egg shiny. Okay, I'm gonna pull up the clip. But nobody like ever like, nope, throughout the years, like I was like a really positive. You guys don't remember, but my first 2 years, I used to talk about how this is the best game in the world and how much I love it all the time. YouTube audience, I'll throw the video in the description for you, and I'll tell you the time. But because you guys obviously can't see it like my Twitch audience can't. But let's see. I've been complaining about these issues for a long time, and rather than like listen to me, they've just given me a reputation as a cleaner. I used to be one of the biggest MMO shills when I first started streaming. Alright, so YouTube audience, the time is going to be 1440. If you want to check it out yourself, what I'm talking about. And my Twitch audience, you'll see that there is a there's something weird about this egg, huh? See how it has a little star next to it as if it's shiny? Kind of weird, huh? This is right after the update first came out of releasing hatch animations. And you can see my eggs back in the day when we used to have to do this. I used to suffer. I was one of the OG eggers. My friend Drya has hatched 11 shinies and hit 150 eggs, and we both started egging at the same time, and we both have hatched similar amount of eggs to give you a bit of perspective. I am statistically likely to have 8.5 shinies given the amount I've hatched, but I haven't got a single one. But if you see here, right, it's saying that the egg is shiny, and then immediately one of mine says, see White Wing says, check a different egg, right? Because he wants to make sure it's just not, but it was only this egg. Evidence that the egg should have rolled shiny. And then you see I click on another egg, no star. So I think because the glitch just happened, right, that I actually finally hit, because at the time, 50k eggs sounded like a lot, you know? At the time, 50k eggs was like, egging 200 a batch was really hard. And you can see I have an EV, so it wasn't all Chikorritas. But, and I caught all these in the Hoenn Safari, and then eventually I filled up with all Chikorritas, and then I put all the egg moves on them, around 90,000. But you can see this is right when there was no shiny only option. And then you'll see my heart break in real time here. You'll see I'm actually like super excited, ready to pop off. And then you see actual visible confusion. And then that was 3 years ago, 3 years and some change. And then you can see I'm single encountering in Petalburg back before that's cool. Why hatch eggs? Yeah, that's why I call myself the self-proclaimed shiny hunter, because I've suffered through a lot. And it's all documented. You can look back 4 years ago at my videos. Like, I only started my YouTube channel. I had no idea what tags were. Petrovsky and I were like we're similar sizes, believe it or not, 4 years ago. And I didn't know what tags were, and then I got deployed, and then Pat got a lot bigger and things changed. But one of my biggest regrets is not knowing what tags were on YouTube. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's all God's plan, and I like where I am, and I'm happy. I didn't get big on Twitch. I'm happy at the size I am, because now I'm not addicted to Twitch, and I prioritize my wife. Like, the second she comes here, she's driving 2 hours from LA to see me, and she's gonna be here all weekend, and then I'll just be on my phone. But the priorities are better. So at the end of the day, I'm lucky I never hit the egg, and that's the way I do it. We're gonna get our first egg one of these days. Never stop believing. Love you, Trippy. Trippy is one of the people who whispers me off stream a lot. He's MMO's richest player. He's the guy with a million Q hats. Love you, buddy. One of the few people richer than me. No joke, that is truly a travesty. Yeah. Good night, kid woke up. Have a good one, master. Back when you hatched the egg in the party, yeah, I would have quit. Yeah, a lot of people would have. Trippy Afro, my goat. What's the difference between you and your friend? Did he play less than you? Did he get flagged by some captures? No, he sat AFK and hatched. If you look at the beginning of January of this year, I sat AFK and I hatched eggs only for 60,000, and then I gave up. I was around 130k, and then I sat there for 3 months, played on alts all day, and my main account did no encounters, and it just hatched a straight 60k eggs without any, because he had his success with his 11 shinies because he would just sit there GTL sniping all day, and then he would hatch. And he said, come to the breed house with me. That's the reason you don't have a shiny. And after 3 years of no success, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do that. So I did exactly what he said, and I came to the breed house, and my account did nothing besides shiny check alphas, sometimes swarms for the rare ones, and hatch eggs. And I did it for 60,000 eggs. I spent like a lot of the 60k was alphas, so I spent somewhere, I think it was like 400 million is what I clocked in at, having spent in that time frame. And because I finally stopped hunting my own ditto boxes, because for those who don't know, I have 9 OT single encounter Loutrids. So I intentionally would only hunt the Loutrids on my alts. It was from March to Shiny Wars, yeah. I stopped egging like a couple weeks before Shiny Wars, yeah. Like about a month before Shiny Wars. That's why Warfish has so many encounters. 2 billion. I started last month. Alpha egging, you scare me, bro. Alpha egging is such a travesty. I had more than an entire PC boxes full of alphas that are all particled up. Alphas with every particle. So if they were to hit, they'd have every particle on them, which would be sick, you know? And that's one of the reasons I invest heavily into Kanto particle alphas, because eventually everybody who's alpha hunting is going to want to spend the extra money on the Kanto and Friends particle, right? Because if you're alpha hunting already at such a high cost thing, you're never going to be able to get Kanto and Friends particle on it. It's like the ultimate alpha flex. So that's why I said, hey, this is only going to go up in value. And I told everybody this is a great long-term investment. And then, you know, people are like, no, Dusk Balls, Minish. I'm like, I don't know. I think there's too much of a bubble with Dusk Balls. I don't think there's any actual value there. And then people argue with me. I'm like, okay, lock up your money in Dusk Balls. And then what do you know? I'm up 2 million in 4 boxes of Kanto and Friend alphas. A lot of the Kanto and Friends alphas I bought for 1.2 million. And I'm up another 400 million. But it really stinks for you new players, because now there's an elite class in MMO, and the elite class is petitioning for more systems that are going to hurt you. Like, let's make alphas more rare. That way you guys don't have access to any alphas at all, and then people who have pre-existing alphas are going to have more money and value because they already have theirs. And we're gonna eliminate like farming for you, or like the one positive that comes out of the bad economy, which is you guys have access to PvP pretty easily because of the cost of alphas being so low. And they're like, let's remove 31s, anti-new player change. Let's make alphas more rare. That's again an anti-new player change. Okay, no. How about we add a floor? Right? Because the issue is you guys want to catch mons and feel like you're not wasting your time. You do a catch event right now, it feels like you're wasting your time, right? But if I was to add a floor for you guys where you get a set amount of money, at that point they can't nickel and dime you and control and then devalue everything for you. At that point you have your own income, and if they start like being a-holes to you, you'll be like, whatever, I'll get my 10k from the NPC, no drama, right? And that, you know, some people are like, I don't like that Minish because, you know, it's less interactive, the GTL requires you to like think a little bit more, and those are good arguments, which I don't often hear. I usually hear the brain dead, oh no, you can't add money to the game. You can't add money to the game like that, Minish. I can't? Okay, guys, what's more statistically likely? Because if you look at the comments of my newest video, there's some brain dead people, and one guy was even trying to posture, like, he's like, I'm not going to explain the nuance of macroeconomics, dude. I'm like, my brother in Christ, I'm up $900,000 on the U.S. stock exchange. You're not going to explain macroeconomics to me? Mr. Comment Section himself. Woo! But anyway, his entire argument made no sense. He's like, you can't add more money to the game like that. It's not good for the economy. It seems like it's going to be good. No, it is, because you're going to give more spending power to the lower class, who's extremely disadvantaged. And if your concern is adding more money to the economy, what the heck, dude? I can payday a level 50 mon 20 times for 10K. You will have a better success rate with no upfront cost, and you have the ability to pick up items within those 20. So guess what, man? You're making an unequivocal 10K that is getting net generated with no cost. Versus, I throw a quick ball, which costs 1,300 or whatever. They upped the prices and they've nerfed the crap out of it. It used to be 8%, now it's 4%. A normal high catch rate ball costs 1.3 thousand. You throw a 1.3 thousand at 10 Pokemon, you are unlikely to get a single 31 IV. The only argument you can make against me, which no one had the common sense to do, is you will make the Safari method kind of broken. Because now you go into the Safari, you spend 500 on balls, you huck 30 balls, hope you get a 31, each one's 10K, pays off your visit, you have no overhead budget, but you could easily solve that by eliminating the ability to turn in mods in Safari balls, which would be completely fair. And I would support that decision. But nobody is even remotely thinking about the economy. Everybody is what did they use the term? Mid-intelligence, where they think they're smarter than they actually are. There is actually no downside, because if you're using Pokeballs, you have a low catch rate, and you're also going to probably have to catch more than 10 mons to get the 10K, and then you're still having a net expenditure, and you're just making it so catching mons is worth your time, and they maintain a slight bit of value, right? We're making a 31 10K. What are you guys even talking about? You can't, bro, paydaying is still going to make you more money than catching 10K mods. I'm just adding another way for you to grind. And then people will be like, Minish is Crash Out King. Because I'm saying stuff with enthusiasm. I am completely cognizant of what I'm saying. I'm using enthusiasm. I'm using frustration. And I'm an honest person. And I'm letting my body language show you how stressed out and disappointed I am that our community is retarded. It makes me sad. I can sit here and I can be eloquent. And I can say, so guys, the only issue would be Safari and whatever. But no, I like to be authentic and show my frustration. And then you're like, no, Minish is an idiot. Minish crashes out on stream all the time. Da-da-da-da-da. No. I know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about with everything. If I don't know what I'm talking about, you know what I do? I keep my mouth shut. Because that's what wisdom is. It's knowing when to listen and when to talk. And I've played this game for 4.5 years. I have good economic sense. There's a reason I have my house paid off. There's a reason I do financially well in real life. And I have seen the fall of Blizzard. I have seen the fall of video games I love. And I know how MMOs work. And specifically, nobody's going to argue with me here. I know how PokeMMO works. And you guys will sit here and take personal attacks at me rather than argue the content of what I talk about. Not gonna lie, I was thinking about Safari when watching that video. Any common sense player was. Thank you for the follow, Mosk. Not gonna lie, yeah, exactly. And I like Safari grinding. I was thinking that too, but if people want 1x31 IV mons to have a value, then Safari already existed, so I don't see what the big counter argument. Yeah. Thank you, APAP. Also, if you guys want a better streaming experience, I have a higher quality microphone and camera on Twitch if you guys want to come over. But if you like YouTube, I'm glad you're even watching or supporting my content in any capacity. I mean, those are retard, just insta reject their opinion. Yeah, I know. But just block Safari Pokemon from turning. That's exactly what I said. That is the one counter argument, and people aren't even bringing that up. Just, yeah, and then you can just list them on the GTO like you did before. And it'll still be, and it will buff Safari catching, because then you're going to be listing mons that you traditionally aren't listed anymore. Hola, Minish. Hola, mi amigo. Hola, guapo Marco. Bien, mi hombre. I'm on YouTube because I have no ads. Based. If I'm just lurking on the stream and I'm not even watching it and I'm just listening to the audio, I would work on YouTube too. I really wish YouTube did a 1-for-1 copy and let me listen to copyright music on YouTube, right? I wish it let me listen to copyright music on YouTube. I wish it didn't have as big an input delay built in to YouTube. I wish YouTube copied the Twitch systems and I would just stream to YouTube. I don't like Twitch. It's just the best streaming platform. It just happens to be. YouTube is a better platform, but in terms of streaming, Twitch, if we're being completely honest, has a lot more nuanced features, and for whatever reason, YouTube just likes to nerf itself, and it makes me unbelievably mad. I would much rather have the high quality stuff on YouTube, but Twitch pays me out more. Twitch lets me listen to good music. Twitch lets my viewers have a better experience, so I'm stuck here. Hello, I like your ideas. The 10K per 31 IB would be amazing. Thank you, designer, and good to see you again. Thank you for the sub. Minish, you do realize if people weren't room temperature IQ, then we wouldn't have had the crisis in the first place. Yes, and I also realized to talk to fools makes me a fool, and it took me a while to think about it and be like, look, the game's cooked. Nobody's gonna listen to me, and at this point, it's probably too late. The people that had the ability to listen to me chose to watch this happen, and we are where we are. A couple of them are switching sides. A lot of people who disagreed with me previously are like, man, I should have listened to before, but it is what it is. What's up, Raspa? At the end of the day, I'm going to turn my brain off, be a Petrowski, and do horde encounters and enjoy my time, because I still love this game despite it being degraded and on a downward trajectory. You like my Tobey Maguire emote? Having a static way to make money is just generally good for any video game. It sucks having to release random 1x31s on Iron Man rules because you don't have a box space. Amen. And I didn't even bring that up, but I was thinking that when I made the video, because again, I just put my unfiltered thoughts out there when I do YouTube content, especially because I've been busy lately, if you've noticed the lack of streams. But yeah, man, like, I was even thinking to myself, like, at one point, like, yeah, it would be good for Iron Man 2, because now they don't have to interact with other players, and it, like, exactly. What's up, Marco? Hey, Minish. Hey, what's up, Mike? Good to see you. I'm premium, by the way. I'm not using ad block. I'm a premium member, too. That's why we listen to copyright music. Last YouTube video was a banger, like always. Thank you, man. I was kind of disappointed in it. There's sometimes I'm like, oh, I cooked, you know, because I'm self-aware, and I don't really watch what I put out. I just make sure there's no audio skips, and I almost always do it in one take. And if I see minor like stutters, and if I see minor like camera angles, I'm like, oh, whatever. There's like, funny enough, somebody on my ship wanted to play PokeMMO. He promised me he wouldn't reveal my identity because I don't want my chain of command or anybody to watch me or know of the existence of my stream. But one of the people who works under me, because I manage 60 people, I'm in charge of a program right now, and there's a lot, and work is really heavy. I'm not sure if he's right here listening to this right now, but he watched my last stream, and I'm like, I am authentically the same person on and off stream. Anybody who's been in a call with me, I'm the same way. I crash out at people. I talk crap to your face. I have a gaslighting sense of humor. That's my favorite sense of humor, is satirical, where I make them think I'm serious and I'm completely messing with them, and then I use my straight man face. I become unexpressive, and I'm like, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? And then it's even funnier because I'm a high-ranking person in the Navy, relative, and it scares people when I like switch up. You always take the time to read the comments. That's so crazy. Well, sometimes I get deployed, so I have a lot of homework to do sometimes. But yeah, I read every comment. And I try to be positive. Like some people go, you have an ego and you don't listen to feedback. And I'm like, I can kind of see where you're coming from, you know? And I just tell them, I'm like, hey man, it is what it is. God is good, or God bless you. And some of them are like, oh man, I'm sorry, I didn't really think about that. And they walk it back. And that's what makes being positive toward them worth it. But, and then some of them double and triple down. And then, like, still, even if they don't get it now, maybe one day they will. As I tell them, I'm like, look, bro, this is the internet. You can have a negative opinion about me, but understand you don't know my actual name. We haven't had many interactions. So if you think I'm this evil human being, I mean, like, you've watched like 2 of my videos, boss. Like, it is if I'm not passing your vibe check, that's fine. Like, but like you should like. There's always people who will surprise you, right? You think they're going to do the wrong thing, and then they turn around and they actually end up being amazing people. And I try to give that benefit of the doubt to everybody, because that's what I want in return. I don't often get it in return, but that's what I want in return. In another MMO I played, they had a license paid with in-game currency to do certain hunts. Could that be a solution to alphas? Paying for an alpha license or something? What's up, Skitty? Good to see you, boss. Beldum rotation, Safari pull up. Is there Beldum rotation in the Safari right now? Are you telling me there's Beldum rotation in the Safari? Somehow the people I have the worst impression on always become the people I love the most in the long run. That's because they're honest and they're not trying to. They're not trying. That's a real thing. It's because I don't care. Like, I have my own vetting process. I have enough friends. You know, I have too many friends that I have to care about in my life. Like, I see Abe, I unconditionally trust him. Why? Because I fucked with Abe. I'm sorry, I try not to swear as much. But I've messed with Abe so many times. He has passed every test I have given him. And I know his character. I know his values. I know where he is at his worst. And Abe is invited to my wedding. Right? I have enough friends, and there'll be a lot of times you'll see me get close to somebody, and then I'll just distance myself from them. Why? Because I don't have enough energy for everybody. And if you choose not to like me, that's fine. You just made my life easier too, you know? Because I have my own family, I have my own friends, I have my own relationship network, you know? Glocks knows. Like, Glocks stuck around, and I like Glocks now. But when Glocks first got here, he was pushing all my buttons. And then we found our rhythm, and he stuck around, and now, like, we always get along, and we have no issues. But, like, if I don't like you, I'm not going to curate or if you don't like what I say, I'm not going to curate what I say. Eventually, you're going to kind of figure out what I actually mean, and you're going to talk things out with me, and you're going to become a functional adult, or you're going to get the heck out of my way. Like, it's fine. Luckily, my income isn't at all dependent on Twitch or YouTube. It's nice to get like $200 here and there, but at the end of the day, like, this is a hobby. I do this for fun. You know, I would much rather be my size than be big and be slave to something I don't believe in. I get to be authentically myself and self-employed and talk about whatever the heck I want. Right? Now, are there certain times where I need to reframe? Are there certain times when I need to be more wise and say something a little better? Maybe be more patient? Absolutely. I'm far from perfect. What's up, Shiny UV Flame? XD Breathe, Minish. I'm fine, dude. I don't need breathe. But I like streaming. It is fun. Even at its worst, I look back at some of the memories and I'm like, yeah, you know, I learned a lesson from that. And I think it's made me, it's you know, it's like when your temper is sword. It's really solidified my opinions to have a bunch of people telling me to take my own life and like telling me I'm wrong in like 30 different ways. And then now somebody turns up to me and they try to like argue with me. And I'm already inherently good at arguing. I'm already inherently like pretty good at like memorizing conversations and interactions I've had and defending my arguments. But now I have 4.5 years of experience, and then this little crapper in the YouTube comments will come up and trying to argue with me, and I have, not only do I not like attack this person, I don't ever try to make them feel victim. I try to think about how they're thinking, think about how they're viewing the situation, and try to sway them into my line of thinking. Try to show what I actually mean. And sometimes they're closed off and they're not going to listen. But what's really cool is those couple of times when you're able to be like, somebody comes at you completely sideways, and then you show them a little bit of love, and then they think about it for a little bit, and they're like, wait. And then over time they're like, oh crap, I was wrong about this guy, and they come back in. That's always when it's worth it. And then now maybe the next person they talk to, maybe the next person they have a negative opinion about, they're more willing to give a chance. They're more willing to be less close-minded. They're more willing to be a better person. And at that point, my stream has value. It has no value if I'm just telling you how to think. It has no value if I'm just like parroting ideas. It's value when I have that experience and somebody walks away and they quit the game, and they quit the game having a good time, right? Half of my stream right now doesn't play this game. And the half that does, I'm sure you have your issues and you're mad at it. But at the end of the day, we love this game. It is what it is. Like, you're never going to have an absolutely perfect wife or husband. They're going to have their flaws, but you love them for what it is. And I love this game for what it is. I love my community for who they are, you know? And practicing and prioritizing what actually matters in your life is what counts, right? You're gonna have to get a little bit of crap on your hands to get the diamond out, and sometimes you dig around for the diamond, you walk away, you're like, I'm such an idiot. I played League of Legends all day, I lost 9 out of 10 matches, I want to die. And then you go back in and you queue up tomorrow, and then you win 5, and you're like, woo! Woo! And you're like, I love this game, and then you lose 9 tomorrow, and you're like, I hate myself, why do I do this? And that's how it is, right? But you take your wins with your losses, you try to like get out of that negative mindset where you're always a victim, your game's never going to be good, right? And you just start thinking, you surround yourself with positive people, and you enjoy the ride because you want to live in the present, not live in the past. You want to be future-minded, but you don't want to make plans that are definite, that put you in a box. You have to like live by your own terms, you know? Yes, sir, I'm here right now. Should I log into PokeMMO or no? That's a hard question. Come join channel 2, channel 3 all the way, baby. Yes, or can't. Shiny Hunt, Mining, and Plusle. Ooh, tournament, nice. Yes, Ryulu has not been in the meadow enough. I believe it's targeted, accurate. Speaking the truth and only the truth. Is there actually Beldum in the forest, Abe? I will head to the safari right now. Should I do meth? Yes or no? If you have terminal cancer, okay, we're gonna head there. If you have terminal cancer, there's nothing stopping you from doing meth. I'm just saying. If you have no family in your life and you're not gonna hurt anybody, it will always stick around with me my whole life that I had it'll always stick around with me. And I probably shouldn't say this on stream. Firstly, do not do meth. Meth is bad. Okay? Anyone with any misconceptions, meth is bad. Don't do meth. Okay, with that being said, when I was in the 6th grade, right? When I was in the 6th grade, a guy came in who was formerly a drug addict. Typhlosion Swarm Johto, by the way. I'm gonna go check that out. But somebody came in who was previously a meth addict, and I had no idea what meth was before this guy even interacted with me. And he said, he's talking about like sucking somebody off. I didn't even know what whirl was, and I'm just like kind of like, what? And because I was like an innocent little kid, right? And it was like the 6th grade, and as I said, I was a Catholic, but he's talking about all this crazy stuff, and then he gets asked about his meth experience, and he goes straight to our class. He's like, but I would do meth again. And then the teacher was horrified, and then we're all listening to him intently. He's like, that is the best high you will ever have in your life. I have spent my entire life trying to relive that moment. And that what I heard, what I heard has stuck with me my whole life. If I have terminal cancer and there is no hope to live, I'm talking like the day I'm dying. I need to try meth once. Now, don't do meth, guys, and I'm serious. But I'm just saying, you know? That guy was never allowed back in, and the principal had to talk to us. And when the principal, well, the vice principal had to come in and tell us, and came in, and the vice president came in, they're like, meth is a highly addictive substance. It makes you lose all your teeth. And they gave like extra like presentation where they're like, meth will make you lose all your teeth. Meth will ruin your life. And the whole time I'm thinking, so it's true. Because I'm like, I'm not an idiot, or at least I don't think I am, right? Maybe I am a mid-intelligence person, but I'm like, so what they told us was true? Meth is that good? Because like, why would they, like, because logically, right? Why would they tell us, you know, why would the principal come in here and tell us what they're telling us unless meth was truly that good? And I'm like, oh. I have been quoted saying doing meth is... Oh wait, dude, they have the you can use the bike now, can't you? We're in the future. My goodness. Needle in one arm, shiny egg in the other. Amen. Hey, are Beldums still worth good money or no? Are Beldums still worth good money or no? Oh, we're all here. Nice. Dev's promises 18 raids for in a year. What a joke. I don't care about raids. 7k each? It's not bad, because they've... It's not bad. The devs promised us 100 raids 3,000 years ago. It's our birthright. I should just make that my catchphrase. Shiny Chikorita was promised us 3,000 years ago. I've seen SZN tickets to Bengals games. Ooh. Since 2005, 7 years old. I remember paying 5 to 10. I remember guys buying 5 to 10 beers in the game, paying $10 each, and asked Dad, if this is bad. Do people spend that much on it? Dad goes, they're crazy. 2 years later, he buys me a non-alcoholic beer and surprises me with it at my seat. And when I drank it, spit out, it was awful. Used to drinking spite to smooth my paps. That's funny. What's up, Rattler? Why the heck does McDonald's Coke sometimes taste like Dr. Pepper? I can actually answer this question. I've worked in food service for a long time, and I got to YouTube comments. I'm not neglecting you, but McDonald's Coke sometimes tastes like Dr. Pepper because of syrup lines, right? When you have syrup, it comes in little boxes, and there is effectively a little bag that has like a little twisty knob, and sometimes the employees certain syrups are hard to distinguish from each other. Dr. Pepper looking very similar to Coke or Diet Coke, which when you use Coke or Diet Coke, it's hard, like it's not as impactful. But if they don't clean the lines and they put in a different kind of syrup, because what they do is they change the labels around most of the time. If they're smart, they'll label the end of the tube what it is, but a lot of people don't care. So what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to put like a little tape label saying Dr. Pepper so you know which one to hook up to which. But if you don't, which most employees don't, also there's a lot of moisture that tracks where these little syrups are, so it'll make the tags come off sometimes, right? or maybe the handwriting is illegible. There's a lot of reasons. But what's most likely happening is the Dr. Pepper syrup is transplanted with the Coke syrup. So there's still residual Dr. Pepper residue in the Coke line that you're using. Since you've worked in food chains, have you ever seen someone drop buns, burgers, and still give that to a client? Many times. I've seen people intentionally do that to rude customers. And although I wouldn't do it myself, it's like sometimes when I don't like somebody and I would never punch them, but I want to, and then I see them get attacked by somebody else. And although I'm a Christian man, I watch what happens before I step in. I wait until a couple of punches go down before I go, hey, you know. Minish, I'm currently egging 6 Rotoms with all particles, including an after pumpkin. Will I ever hatch it? I'm not the guy to ask. I have 0 confidence with egging. How does that Safari work? It rotates mons, that appears, yes. So there's an ultimate Safari guide in my Discord. If you go to help, if you go to like helpful resources, here, I'll link to my Discord. Actually, guys, join my Discord. I haven't asked anyone to join in a long time. You can also see when I'm going live. I'll tell you in advance. Like if you see I said I was going live and then work called me back in. Also, Channel 3 Safari Zone if you want to turn up for the Beldum Hunt. But we call out rotational safaris, and in there it'll tell you what's available on rotation, what's available there as a spawn, and Forest is one of the best spawns. Especially if you want plant breeders, because Bellsprout is like a high flea rate, good catch rate mon, so like it's not going to waste your time. Something like Marrowweep is like fair catch rate but low flea rate, so it'll stick around and eat your balls. Versus Pidgey, which has a near 100% catch rate. It's funny, they do hidden nerfs like that they do for balancing changes. Magikarp actually has a low catch rate these days, or a lower catch rate and a higher flea rate over the years because people are catching them for profit too much. So they nerfed how you catch Magikarps. So it's funny to see the amount of Magikarps run away when it used to be like a guaranteed catch. Still haven't tried the shiny icons thing. It's very nice. I literally barely have time to stream and make videos. So like I really need to get around to updating my UI, but I just don't care, you know. You shiny hunt in the Safari Zone? Good luck, man. I have 3 shinies, 4 if you count Marrowweep. I have a Safari Pikachu, I have a Safari Bellsprout right here, and after over 260k, projected around 280,000 singles. And I have a shiny Sunkern. Let me into the club. If the Beldum runs from me, it is what it is. I plan on this being a lifelong hunt. I told Abe, and Abe knows it's true. I said, look, I will always hunt Beldum here. Whenever, like, I'm not a singler these days. Here, let me pin Beldum. But I will always be willing to hunt Beldum here. Because imagine if I pull it off. I can instantly reverse my reputation. Also, imagine, right? Imagine if I actually like I can change my narrative, you know? I've been unlucky for my entire life. But imagine 12 years from now, 11 Beldums shiny have run away from me, and then I catch one, you know? Thoughts on the shiny Geodude situation? I made a video on it. It's my most recent one. I share my exact thoughts. That way I wouldn't have to answer that question as much. Would somebody in YouTube chat link my newest video for him? Or you could just go copy the page and go to my newest video. I go over my exact thoughts on that situation. Is Metagross your favorite Pokemon? No, but I like all Gen 3 Pokemon, and it's it's the only generation with 2 pseudo legendaries. But I like Metagross. I would keep it as a Beldum shiny. Does that reverse the Marrowweep clip? I think it would. Imagine 10 years from now, there's a montage of 4 shiny Beldums running away from me in the Safari Zone, and then I catch the 5th. Or if I pull off catching, here, I'll copy that to YouTube. Thanks, Fox. But imagine. Hey, are you online right now? I am. Thanks, Fox. For somebody who was asking what my thoughts were earlier. Almost all my YouTube content is to like avoid the same discussions over and over again, or if it's a question that's commonly asked, and that's one of the reasons I made that video. Or if I think there's value in doing something, you know? Athena! Have you forgotten to turn off your heart? This is not you. I see you're changing from how I designed you. You've forgotten? Let me remind you. Welcome to stream, Leviticus, by the way. I love peer pressuring others to join the safari. You don't have to peer pressure me, Abe. My life has one mission. Create the greatest warrior. A test of skill. That shiny's disgusting, XD. Plain and simple, non-biased, cold. Let's go. Hey, Minish, I know shinies are luck and consistency, but how much on average I should expect for a 5-horde shunt? I'm on my first shunt and I'm going insane. I've hit on my, what's my encounter right now? Out of 128, because I killed one, I've hit 100k only 5 times. So it's really not that bad. And 5k and 100k is an at odds single encounter, you know? My worst is 130k, and I've hit 120k and 118k. So it's really not that bad for 5 hordes. There should be nothing that should realistically ever tilt you. How good is Swarm Illuminate? It's good because it's gonna give you more value off of your steps. Do you see yourself wailing out like you did before? No, I intentionally wailed out because it would be my last time wailing out. I saw the economy collapsing. Anybody who had watched my stream before, I saw RP was going to take a dip. I saw the general economy and like the amount of grinds, and I expected them to do another nerf that patch, which would further accentuating what I was already seeing. And I saw that there was a bubble with RP where it didn't make sense for it to be valued as highly as it was, considering how everything else lost money. And I could tell that people were investing in RP because historically RP always goes up, besides the one time I witnessed where it didn't, which was the anniversary event. So I'm like, okay, if I invest my money now, it's gonna like be a long time before the market recovers, and I can have a lot of buying power for the upcoming future in what is going to be a PokeMMO depression. So I converted $16,000. I made a video out of it. You got a shiny, Abe? Let's go, Abe! Abe, let's go! Fast, fast! Go, go, go! Abe! Faster you throw a ball, the better. I see it run more if you wait. Don't flee, don't flee, don't flee, don't flee, don't flee, don't flee, don't flee. Yes! Good crap, bro. Nice. My brother with a shiny Bellsprout. My bro, we're twinsies. Amen. Nice, Abe. GG's, my boy. Modest, nice. GG's, boss. Is that your first safari? That's your first safari, right? Twinsies. Yeah, let me grab mine. Let me grab mine from my document. Let me grab mine from my document. What's up, JMF? You missed homeboy catch his shiny Bellsprout. Yeah, Abe, speed is always the name of the game. Remember, the faster you throw the ball, the better it is. I am 3 for 3 in shinies I've attempted to catch. Speed is the flame. And you know I'm right. You're like, yeah, I need to throw the ball down. The second I start doing that, you're like, yeah, just bite the bullet. Happy for you, bud. I'm glad it didn't flee. Let me get mine on the screen so we can twinsies out. Have you heard anyone running the multiple shinies in a horde? Yes. Oh, I might as well just flex in global real quick. If anyone wants to see my Safari shinies, here's Poison Ivy. Abe and I are twinning. Let me grab my Pikachu. I have them all in a document to link whenever anyone requests. Where's my Pikachu? Oh, it's on my alt. Pikachu's on my alt, right? Alright, Pikachu's on my alt right now. So I can't link Pikachu. I have it's in the montage. I have a shiny Safari Pikachu. First, I threw the ball and accepted it's gonna flee. Bellsprout is actually a high flee rate. If you don't catch it on the first ball, Bellsprout's a high flee rate Pokemon. I'm a new player here, and I just watched your video about the Petrosian stuff, and I know they won't, but I absolutely love your 31. Oh, I appreciate that, boss. Thank you, Ray. What's up, Dunn? Good catch. Hey, man. I'm gonna twin out with Abe. Hey, we caught a Beldum. Nice. I've been stuck on the gym for Kanto for ages due to the game in Pokemon. But here, boss. Dylan, you've come to the right place. Here's my new player guide. It's going to talk about hidden mechanics. I'm sure you don't understand if you're struggling at the fourth gym. It's also going to give you a comprehensive walkthrough of all regions. For any of my new players on YouTube, I'll copy this over for you guys as well. But this is my comprehensive guide for everything. It's going to go over every Pokemon mechanic that you might not be familiar with. I take 3 hours worth of information. I condense it to 10 minutes. It's also everything I wish I knew before I started playing PokeMMO in general. And not only am I telling you how to do your first playthrough, I'm also setting you up for late game with what I suggest in player income. I'm trying hard not to log into the game because I want to take a break. What price are mysterious cherish balls at? And then they're worth nothing, right? Abe, you just said they're worth nothing. Appreciate it. Thank you. No problem, boss. I'm gonna watch that. Yeah. Well, let me cannibalize my viewers. Of course, Dylan. Anything I can do to help. That's why I'm here. My favorite shinies are your Hassan storyline ones. Lol, Electabuzz, Growlithe, Putina, and Electrike. Don't forget my I intentionally bred Scotland down so it would be female. So I could name it Kaya too. I know you're telling me your cousin loved the joke too. It was your cousin or your sister, right? Was laughing at when she saw that I was hunting the Hassan shinies. That was a good minish arc, yeah. I remember JMF. I remember every conversation for better or worse. It kind of stinks sometimes. Ooh, another Belden. It kind of stinks sometimes memorizing everything because, like, when people lie to you, remember it. But that's why you got to give people grace, you know? Sometimes, like, I used to be mad at my memory because, like, everybody would like somebody, but I would notice they're a snake. And then they would notice that I noticed that they're a snake. And they would go after me, right? Because you kind of picking up on like what they're doing and they want to kick you out of the friend group because they can't like manipulate people. And it's been like something I dealt with my whole life is just like memorizing almost every conversation I have. but over time, I view it as the blessing it is. You know, I'd rather remember almost every conversation than not. You know, but it does create friction a lot because like a lot, and then I just surround myself with the right people. You know, like if somebody contradicts themselves a lot and doesn't take it back, or is adamant that they like didn't say something they clearly said, and it's just like okay, you just want to give them grace, hope, wish them the best in the future, just distance yourself, you know? It's messed up that my first thought was to make it a fight, an electric type, to make it lower accurate. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, man, that's cool. I definitely see the tough side of that. Yeah. I'm going to go watch that. Yeah, going to start after I finish work. Really excited. Starting in Sinnoh. Starting at Sinnoh is unironically the worst region you can choose, my friend. If you're a Sinnoh fan, you should do yourself a favor. Start Kanto, and then switch. Start Kanto, do the speedrun strat for Kanto, or enjoy your experience with what I recommend you to do, and then do Sinnoh. Sinnoh is the hardest region to do first. And I know a lot of people, I take it you're between the ages of 24 to 27, right? And you grew up with Gen 4. I recommend you save it for the second region, okay? It is one of the worst regions you can choose for yourself. Unova, Hoenn, or Kanto is always recommended, but Giratina is hard. I'm 32 next month. Then why don't you like Gen 3? My brother in Christ, why are you betraying us? Duh, why are you not an Emerald enjoyer? Wow, we caught another Beldum 3 in a row. I started on Sinnoh myself, and it was difficult XD. Lucky I stuck with it afterwards. The boat is on the 6th gym, the worst part of Sinnoh. I do! Then why do you want to start Sinnoh instead of Gen 3? What has Hoenn done to you, okay? Hoenn is the best region. I stand on business. Gen 1 enjoyers, tell me how Pidgey is a unique design. Tell me how Goldeen is a unique design. I love Gen 1. It's the original. Other Pokemon wouldn't exist without it. But if we're being objective, tell me how Ekans is a unique design. Tell me how Arbok is a unique design. Tell me how Pidgey. Tell me how Goldeen. You know, Hariyama enjoyer. I am. Macahita is one of the coolest Pokemon in the game. I stand by that. Macahita is beautiful. And if you're going to talk crap about Huntail, Huntail is a lovable goofball. I love Huntail. Like, and it also has a great storyline with the scanner that you get from the sunken ship, which was one of the coolest designs. Every Hoenn region has like some of the best personality to it. The Fire Gym, Forestry City, Moss Deep City, having the Shell Cave and the Shell Bell, which was a great introduction for an item, and then having the hidden compartment where you can catch Snorunt, which is one of the best Pokemon in the game, and Snorunt and like ice types got no love. Has the best legendaries: Latias, Latios, Deoxys, Jirachi, Rayquaza, Groudon, Kyogre. Like you want to argue that Hoenn was originally intended to be a soft reboot of Pokemon, so it gave it the most unique like designs. Granted, you could argue with me, oh, Unova has the most Pokedex entries, yeah, but they all suck. Just kidding. My favorite part of Hoenn is surfing and enjoying the encountering Tenta. Then people go, water, 7 out of 10, too much water. You are right. I was trying to be cool. Melodic, yeah, Melodic and Feebas with the Feebas tiles. The Reggies, which had the Braille puzzles, which tells you to use a Relicanth, and oh my gosh, like and catch a Wailord, Wailmer, like as the best unique decks in the game. Like, you look me in the eyes. You guys look me in the eyes and tell me Gen 3 isn't the best generation Pokemon's ever experienced. Lost Island for the berries. Yeah, Oh my gosh, Pacifilog has a hidden island you don't even have to ever encounter to beat the game. Oh my gosh, Sootopolis, dive mechanics, dive puzzles. Chimecho felt like a legendary. Chimecho is an amazing mon too. I have two shinies of it. It's one of my favorite mons in the game. I love Chimecho. I'm glad I was able to spark all this passion. I will definitely start Owen. Yeah, Hoen's a good region to start too. The Battle Frontier, the Battle Pyramid, the Battle Pike. Oh, the Battle Factory is so much endless fun. Nah, dive puzzles were awful. I'm not gonna swallow that. Dive dive puzzles are only awful if you're. I'm not gonna swear, stupid. Dive puzzles are only awful if you're room temperature individual. If you go down and you have struggled with the rock strength puzzles and the little tide pools that bring you back to the beginning, reevaluate your life. I'm gonna tell it how it is. You should not be struggling with the dive puzzles. Can't even go fast underwater. That is dumb that you can't go fast underwater. That's one point in your corner. Wallace is great. Steven is if oh wow, I caught another one. But Steven is amazing. One of the best. Like Steven and Cynthia, goaded. I love Lance, but they reused him so he gets points against him. Steven and Cynthia are goaded E4 members. And their themes are so good. There's oh my gosh. Their themes are so good. Oh my gosh. Here you go, YouTube. I'm gonna come out and say it. Silver version has the best rival. I'm a Gen 3 enjoyer. I love May. I love Brandon. But so hey, Silver's goaded. Gary's great too. May's May, true. Ren and May manga versions are lovers, by the way. Timmy, you want to put some respect on my name? You think I don't know you don't think I've read every Pokemon game? You don't think I've read the Pokemon Adventure series manga from cover to cover? You don't think I've read every single one? You don't think I've seen a Pokemon cut in half? You don't think I own every adventure manga? Brandon is the name of the rival. or if you pick the boy character in Hoenn. Okay, picked a male because my rival is going to be a baddie. It's always the same rival. Doesn't change because it goes off the ROMs. Pokemon cut in half. So you didn't read the original Adventures manga, huh? One with red, huh? Also, fun fact: the Adventures manga was written by a porn artist. If you're wondering why the designs or Lorelei be looking like that, the Adventurers manga was written by a porn mangaka. They're legally owned by us. Giovanni finally acts like a real mafia boss. The E4 in the original Adventures manga is um is uh is evil, and they work with Team Rocket, but then Team Rocket actually defects. Giovanni's like an unhinged Joker type character. It's really well done actually. And he has Mewtwo, and he uses Mewtwo for good to fight against them, help them win. And Yellow actually ends up being the main protagonist, and Yellow is actually a girl born in born in Viridian Forest who knows how to talk to Pokemon, and she and Red are supposed to actually end up together over Red and Green. Green being the girl character that most people don't know about. Blue is of course Gary. They keep them kind of a one for one for Gary. It's very similar in terms of attitudes. Um, but yeah, it has a huge showdown with Yellow. The Yellow Adventure manga is actually the best one, where Lance can talk to Pokemon and Yellow can talk to Pokemon, and they have like a good ideological battle. There's a lot of meat to that manga, and every single one of them's almost their own incomplete, most complete story by themselves. It's really, really good. Food for thought. But yeah, the manga casually destroyed everything unique about N. I didn't read after Gen 5. You gotta remember, right? You gotta remember, I'm an anime enjoyer, Brazzy. So Gen 5 already had an uphill battle. Ash was coming off being like he was being based and retarded in Gen 1. Gen 2 he got his foothill. Gen 3 he adapted more of a leadership mentor role with Lei. Generation 4 he was a mentor for Dawn. And then Gen 5 Ash just got developed Down syndrome and brought one Pokemon for a Gymry run, a Gymry battle, and he had to go back and get it. Started using balloons to fight gym leaders. He lost his Pikachu after almost like winning and destroying the Battle Frontier brains. He loses to a Snivy, and then Gen 5 goes ahead and has the most grungy, weak Pokedex of all time, and then just craps on Pokemon. Be the best you can be. Find your destiny. It's the master plan. The power's in your hands. For those who don't know, it's a battle, win or lose. It's the friends you make, it's a road you choose. So choose the right one and make your mind up. Find the courage inside of you. If you're strong, you'll survive and you'll keep your dreams alive. It's the battle frontier. Pokemon, be the best you can be. Find your destiny. It's the master plan. The power's in your hands. Pokemon, like the battle frontier was goaded. Oh man. A Snivy just given out by the professor at level 5. Yeah, no EV trains. Pikachu's coming off soloing a Latias. Or Latios, excuse me. Pikachu soloed a Latios by himself, and then he loses to a Snivy within 3 episodes. Now do it in Japanese. I lived in Japan for 10 years, but don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. I'm not gonna pretend. I can understand words. Do you speak any? A little bit. I can distinguish the kanji between chicken and pork. That is necessary to determining what cutlet you want. I can say kumenasai. I can like point at things and use emotion to know what I'm talking about. Katsu. Know the important ones. Katsu, Miggy. Yeah, kumenasai. In my defense, I was deployed most of that 10 years. In my defense, Chad, I was deployed for a majority of that 10 years, okay? And it was more like 7.5 and then 8 years and then like a little bit of transit. Reasonably, yeah. But Minish, you dated a Japanese girl for a while. Shh, 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 shh. So mostly on days with other English speaking. No, I have no excuse. I really have no excuse. I I I don't have an excuse. I recognize a lot of words. I recognize a lot of words, but like, do I speak Japanese? Absolutely not. What's up, Zig? Can we give Zig a shout out? What's up, khakis? I will spin. Abe, are you still popping off about your shiny? That's pretty awesome. We're brothers. A little, that's okay, 'cause I die for you. Well, I'm still shaking. I'm so proud of you, dude. But you knew I was right. I'm like, bro, throw the ball now before it runs. I swear, the more time you look at it, the more likely it's to run, bro. I have a max level Blastoise until I get this badge. All XP I get is wasted. No, it's stored. It's stored. No XP is lost. It's stored. As soon as your trainer card opens up to say a higher obedience level by beating the next badge, all of your stored XP will cause it to immediately level up after its first battle from beating the gym. Do not worry, my friend. There is no such thing as wasted effort. In fact, it's one of the better design systems within PokeMMO. I just said truck it from the PC. Heck yeah. Yes, sir. So like in New York City, 1,000 miles away. Oh, dude, sorry, YouTube. They've been out of music for a while. My goodness. Sorry, YouTube. You've had no music. My bad. Sorry, guys. You have music now. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, actually, while I'm up. And we're back. Wow, bro, I felt like it's only been an hour. You guys are being fun today. You guys are being fun. I miss streaming a little bit, not gonna lie. I used to love this game, bro. I used to love this game. It used to be my dream game. It still is. This is a degraded version. So the Safari Zones are mostly used for shunting? No, they're a good place to get mons. We carry this stream, Copium, true. What's up, gang? New player. I enjoy your vids and takes. Oh, cool, dude. Let me help you out. Here is all the resources you will ever need as a new player. This is everything I wish I knew, including in the description a complete walkthrough of this story. I condensed 3 hours worth of information into 10 minutes to set you up for success. And not only is it helping you with your new first playthrough, it is setting you up for late game by telling you what to budget for, and it's all items you will use anyway. Because there's no item restriction, for instance, in PokeMMO. So when you go to your next region and you buy like a choice band, it'll be a universal plus 1.5 special attack, right? So like you can get a choice specs, which are going to be late game for gym runs anyway. Oops, Plains area. Double click. If I remember correctly, it's what you do to me. Oh, or was it on the other side? No, did I go the wrong way? No. I went the wrong way, no. I am rusty, chat. I am rusty. First try, easy, clean. See that chat? I knew exactly where it was, yep. We've missed you streaming too. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, it's been fast. I thought it had been an hour. It's been 3 hours already. Finished my last region yesterday, grinding some Ditto boxes for some coin now. What's the current hunt for you, brother? I always pin my current hunts. So if you ever are wondering what I'm hunting, I'll pin them. We're hunting Beldum in the Safari because it's like a rare, like every couple of days it will be a Beldum in the Safari. See, my boys are hanging out with me. Most of them are teammates. Got my boy Gabe here, Pato, Naka. I need to be careful saying his name. Jaden, we got the boys. Brownie. Is Reckles here? Reckles likes to hunt here. I used Fortress for the first time and was shocked at how good it was at casual, at least. The Smeargle method's definitely better. Smeargle or Snorlax is definitely better, but you do you, boss. Make yourself happy, okay? Yep, Reckles is here. Anyway. Safari scare me because it would make me sick seeing the shiny and escaping. That's the fun. That's the fun part. I love the 1% odds at catching it. I'm here for the 1% Beldum. Imagine if you pull it off, though. Imagine if we see a shiny Beldum and I actually pull it off. How am I gonna be on? What's the odds at Eldsprout? 66% catch rate, but it has a 70% flea rate. .6%. Not kidding, because it's 1/3. It's 2/3 catch rate. That's why I was geeking. If you look at my 666.666, because it's gonna be 99999 repeating. My guy, what's up, Ferrari? But The issue with that is if you don't catch it, it's most likely to. I thought I was so cooked, bro. I thought I was so unbelievably cooked when the Bellsprout popped out. I cannot believe to this day it didn't run. I cannot believe the Bellsprout didn't run. Bellsprouts almost always run after the first ball. Like, you've caught enough Bellsprouts to understand they almost always flee. You either catch them on the first ball or they leave. That's what makes them efficient catchers, because you either catch them or you don't. I mean, that's the same for everyone, but you know what I mean. Rapidito. Happy Lent, by the way, guys. Hope you all are enjoying fish, my fellow Catholics. And to my non-fellow Catholics, congratulations on being able to eat meat, jealous. I got new. Do you have a tournament, Shiny Mon? Nah. Wait. No, I didn't. It wasn't the one I won. Wasn't a shiny back in the day. I got a cosmetic. Yeah, it's worth nothing these days. I got new mixes for an album I'm working on. I'll have to DM you when I'm tonight. I'll let you tell it. Okay, thanks. Yeah, it's always 50-50. Either you catch it or you don't. But you know what I meant. Yeah, I knew somebody was gonna type that crap. I like it. Don't worry, Minish. I ate 2 quesadillas. And yeah. Don't anticipate failure. Anticipate success. And plan for failure. I feel bad. I forgot to put my YouTube music on. Hey, YouTubers, if the music shuts off, just let me know. It's because I'm not paying attention and I need to refresh the Lo-Fi City Pop. I have a looping video that I have made with I spent a while testing what YouTube actually considers copyright free, and that is the best I can do with copy free. Any tips on how to get rich? Best bet, if you can suffer through Lepa berries. Jimmy runs are in a degraded state, but they're still probably the best source of income. Payday farming is probably the funnest way to get money, or fossil farming for Spiritomb if you like Spiritomb in Sinnoh. That's pretty good. But I would say paydaying in Undella Bay or a fishing location of your choice is the funnest way, because at least you're shiny hunting. Ditto farming on multiple accounts is good too, because you're also shiny hunting or catching burbs, or not burbs, dogs. IRL are in the game. But yeah, I'd say payday farming, Jimmy running, or Lepa farming. Man, I'm not seeing many slips. Got soul, but I'm soul. Yeah, it is. And at the minimum, you're making hecka money, and fossil prices are always inflated. And if you do hit the Spiritomb, you're a legend. Fossils are a bit in the dirt, but in Giratina's cave, it has some fun encounters. Amen. And then it's kind of in a better spot. It's like one of the few things that's better than it was, because repels used to not work. Repels used to not allow you to have encounters when you rock smash, but they changed it, so now even if you repel, you can rock smash for encounters. So it's kind of in a better spot, but it's only for Sinnoh. Anyone who saw my Shamo interview, who is the best rock smasher and fossil guy in all of PokeMMO, he's done almost all the guides. It should be 3 videos ago. He talks about the idea of putting in a cave for each region, which I love. And they should all put like a 1% Pokemon with the fossils, so it makes the grind fun. During Shiny Wars, I would fossil farm in Hoenn, because the root fossils always went for about 25k. I want the underground. Which cave is it in Sinnoh? Turnback Cave, where you after you do the Giratina fight. It's in Turnback Cave. Go south from the fighting gym if you don't know where that is. South from the fighting gym, past the white fences, and you hug that right wall, and there'll eventually be a turnoff point, and you follow that wall, and then you use rock climb. Rock climb is going to be needed, and it's going to be right there in Turnback Cave. And then make sure you have defog too. Make sure you have a defogger or a defog ocarina. How's your shiny locked account? My Scrippy is being dumb, so I'm not even doing it right now. No problem, boss. Yeah, if any of you guys want a location that's not Unova, I have all the regions memorized. I can visualize them all in my head. But if you guys want to be like, oh, Minish, I have this very specific question in Unova, I'm good. I'm not your guy, pal. But two, I'm not that strong. But 1, 3, and 4, I got you. I need to get back to fossil farming. I hit the golden nugget. Oh, fuck. Unova is trash. Amen. Amen. Unova is the best region. So my opinion with Unova has gone better over the years, right? I no longer hate it, but you got to understand, right? We're coming off games where they told this story in 5 seconds with cool Pokemon fights, and we're coming off like the god of time, the god of space, the god of dark method, the god of Pokemon, and obviously fake non-existent gods. Just for story, there's only one god, but you're coming off this cool storyline. Gen 3 showed the most conclusive story, and now we're sitting there and we get talked our head off about characters we're supposed to care about. And if you don't enjoy Unova's story, that game is cooked. That game is just complete trash. It forces it down your throat. Versus Sinnoh, it's just like, here we are. Wow, this has happened. Wow. It's so slow paced in comparison to the other games. Best dex for a lot of people, and myself included, I think it's the worst dex. Despite it being the largest, I think it has the worst selection of Pokemon out of any of the first 5 gens. Unova's a money printer, and has some fun spots. I don't hate it. Can I get 1 OT? New player? I don't really do that. I could make it a channel point redeem. People have been asking for that. Gen 3 literally had a flying snake and a fire land lizard and an ocean godfish. Gen 3 is the best. Gen 4 is the best. I like Gen 4 a lot. Unova yappers. Send me a normal Minish OT when you're free, coach. It'll be done forever. Boss, I can't even mail things because my mailbox is always full. No, I lost my 6-7 yen! The fees have gotten rid of my 6-7 yen. No! What's my favorite OT shiny? Oh man, that's a hard one. I love a lot of my OT shinies. You're asking me to pick through 191 little friends. Hey, can one of you homies help me out and trade me like 20k to go back to 6-7? Or give me like 50k to go back to 6-7, guys? I need help. No 6-7. Yeah, can one of you guys give me like 50k, get me back to 6-7? Thanks, Jaden. Appreciate you. Love you, Jaden. Go, Jaden. Thanks, buddy. I didn't anticipate my failures. Supporting the cause. 6-7. $50k, maybe my perception is worth, because yeah, yen is in a bad state. But I know, I wouldn't. 50k is like objectively nothing. But maybe I'm just like out of my mind. Maybe I'm desensitized. Maybe that's the boomer in me speaking. My account's worth 16 billion, so I don't know. True. Shout out to Glocks, and shout out to our boys, boss. Love you guys. My teammates rock. I'm off after this charm. Gotta go work. Star Fox, I love you, bud. Thank you for the charms, man. Love you, Jaden. I had to get 16 billion. Mostly market manipulation. Back in my day, 50K was achieved in 5 minutes of payday farming. Yeah, legit. The good old days. I clipped that, was hilarious. Thanks for asking. This cover is really good. Let's see. Are we muted? Thanks for clipping that. Oh, got some Goji. Okay. You dig it? Didn't you also spend 60K? Lifetime? Not 60. Probably around like. So in terms of total resources, that's probably the value I've had come across my account. But in terms of money put in lifetime, 16,000 this last year, which was the most I've ever spent. First year I spent like less than 200 bucks. Second year, about 3 grand. Third year, that's when the nerfs really hit us. And I spent like 10 grand. And then last year I spent 60. Oh, I just realized you were talking IRL cash. Yeah, talking IRL cash. But the money I've gotten, I've like quadrupled its value to get to where I am. What type of job do you work? I'm an E6 in the U.S. Navy. I'm an E6 in the U.S. Navy. But most of my money comes from day trading. I'm Mr. Streamer, here to full port and blindly follow whatever you say. I need a new Pokemon thought leader because I don't want to boycott it. What? What did I just read? Hi, Mr. Streamer, here to full port and blindly follow whatever you say. I need a new PokeMMO thought leader because I don't want to boycott. What did I just read? My goodness gracious, my friend. There's so many levels to what he just said. That is such a satirical Petrovsky viewer take. Oh man, that's pretty big, man. I like that. It's satire because some community members just parrot whatever the big streamer says, and he's insinuating he's from Pat, and his community doesn't have a brain. But I'm gonna be honest, Pat's an awesome person. Oh, I double clicked. Crap. Hoping to find a glimpse of us. I remember this time. Thank you, Aliska for the follow. Thank you, Leviticus, for the follow. Full disclosure, though, I do like Pat. Wait, did you say day trading? Did you start by watching YouTube videos? No, I just taught myself. Thank you, good night, yes, or GM, yes. Oh, genius! I like that. Genius. Actually, I just figured it out. Thanks, Jaden. I'm a new player, and in Kanto, just did my 5th gym badge, and wished I had seen you starting guide in Kanto before. I definitely started getting me a Nidoking and Payday with the choice band. You see how like nice it is, right? You see how nice it is, right? And then like the cool thing is when you invest early in choice items, it's just gonna make your E4 easier. It's gonna make your grind easier, and there's no item restriction. So you can start off the next region by having crack tackles and just one-shotting Pidgeys and stuff. So your life is gonna be a lot easier, you know? You buy a choice band, your embers start doing crack damage, you know? And then it's not like there's any value left. Any late game player will tell you they need like 3 choice specs and 3 choice bands at all times. You know? And they're also good for PvP. I didn't know about the choice items until I started grinding raid bonds embarrassingly. Hey, what's up? Hey, bro. Yeah, that's why I make the new player videos. They're slept on a lot, though. Recommend you pop a lure. Yeah, I pop a lure, Ralph. Hey, another Beldum. Yeah, I pop it to get rid of my catch increase. I get rid of my catch increase rate, and I waste lures. So what I do is my encounter counter and like my rarity of the Pokemon barely get marginally increased, and they go up 2 levels over what they're supposed to be. My encounter table doesn't change at all, and I hemorrhage more resources, and then I get rid of my catch multiplier bonus. Absolutely big brain play. Yes. Full disclosure, do not ever, and I mean never, pop lures in the Safari Zone. It can only hurt you. It's actually a net negative and pay to lose. I hope you're memeing. I hope you haven't been doing that. If not, please stop. If any new player is strapped for cash, one of the rewards for random PvP is a choice specs right now. I love that. But yeah, way better than having that, and thank you for sharing that. I had no idea. Yep. Have you seen my shiny mods on the forums? Want to know your thoughts? Name is Abzitry Mods. Brother, I never go on the forums. I even when I like had more time to myself, I stay away from the forums unless people link stuff to me. I'm so like forum illiterate, it's not even funny. The only time I do is when I like make event posts, and that's like few and far between. Pay to lose? How can I lose more money? Charm is pay to lose too. Amen. True. Message retracted. Dude, Shaco was popping premiums. Shaco, you lurking? Shaco, do you still got the PTSD? Shaco usually lurks. Shaco, you lurking? My boy who popped like a million premium lures and nuked his own catch rate? I think it's old man's bedtime. The game is in a bad state. I'm 2 months in. The game is still the best Pokemon experience available, but it's worse than it was for sure, and it's on a downward trajectory unless they wisen up. And in the last 2.5 years, they've done everything they can to not do the right thing. So, hey Minish, I remember a while ago I sent your Loudtrade account 50K. Did you ever get those? Any mail, I thought I responded with a Loudtrade, but I just sent one of my Loudtrades out just the other day for somebody who just asked for one. He gave me like he had a Diglett OT, I think. He had a Diglett OT, and we traded a Diglett OT for a Loudtrade OT. Wait, there's nerf catch rate? I'm not a Safari hunter, I didn't even know this. Even for Rylu, yes. I want it because the level difference, they give like a catch multiplier bonus, and when you change the level of the Pokemon, it goes away, so you actually make it harder. To be frank, they can go back to Nintendo for the Pokemon experience and start it. I collect OT Pokemon, have one of the biggest collections from what I've seen. Oh, nice. PokeMMO has forums? Yeah, exactly. It's when the developers gaslight you, and then they close the post whenever they're losing an argument. If I wanted to spend $100, what would you recommend? I would recommend Sweet Scent Ocarina. Big. You need to get the XP reamplifier. It'll give you global XP and an XP bonus. So XP amplifier, if you're writing this down. Fly Ocarina, Dig Ocarina, Teleport Ocarina, and Sweet Scent Ocarina, and then save the rest of your money. An Aggron OT? Ooh. Forums is low-key a miserable place. I'd say Surf Ocarina over Dig. Nah, I'm a Dig enjoyer. You need Dig a lot. You say that until you try to go into a cave once. Say that until you try to go to a cave once. Amplifier is the best value. I made a post in Pat's Discord under client mods. I really want to know what you think that the changes I made in the resprites are enough to make people want to shun bad shinies since you're a big shunner. I'm not really. I've been in Pat's Discord just a couple times, and that's because people are like saying unhinged stuff, and I'm just knowing to avoid them in the future. But yeah, if you DM message me your mods, I'll look at them. I'll put them on right now. I'm just really lazy when it comes to mods, you know? But I appreciate anyone who makes any sort of mod that helps the game. You're awesome and you're a pillar of the community, and I appreciate what you do it on. You would need to use like 1,000 escapes to equal the cost of a Dig Ocarina, no? I have definitely used that many escape ropes. My Dig Ocarina is definitely net positive at this point. I am one of MMO's most prolific trade hunters. So. And you can always sell it, yep. It always maintains value too. But RP's low right now. Never realized how important escape rope is until you get stuck in a dark cave with no clue where you're at. Yeah. Send the DM. Well, firstly, thank you for doing anything. I like Torterras and Garchomps. Primer looks nice too. Oh, you made it a Galarian? I like his normal one, but that one's good too. The Garchomp one is sick. Garchomp one's definitely the best here. Watchog I don't like, I'm gonna be honest with you. But in general, I'm happy with you doing anything for our community. Gross. Tentacruel already has a good shiny, but this is definitely an even cooler one. I like Dragonite shiny. It's grown on me over the years. I like this better though, to be honest. Grimer's sick. This is a really good shiny. I like this a lot better. The mud. Old Rapidash is back. I love it. Looks retarded. I don't need Tom Nook in my game. I don't need Tom Nook in my game, bro. The gold is kind of okay. I like it. You did a good job. I caught a Beldum off screen, by the way. Great job. I'm surprised you didn't make the original color sprite for what Garchomp was supposed to be. It would have been a cool reference to make. Did you intentionally make the old Rapidash, or did you accidentally stumble into it? If you're looking for some other Garchomp alternatives, because I know you had two for Beta Barrel, this is the color scheme that Garchomp used to have. This was Garchomp's original design. To be honest, I like it better. But they changed it because it looked too much like a Digimon. And they didn't want to get in trouble. I still think it looks good. Yeah, right? I wish they went with that. It looks so nice. Ah, I see you're a Maniculture. Look, we caught two Beldum back to back. Safari prints money. Yeah, the IVs are, it's gonna sit in my PC forever. Gimme. That's what the IVs are. The IVs are, it's probably never gonna get sold and get rebred at one point. Oh my goodness. After like 8 hours of grinding, I finally got my 4th badge. I can finally go to sleep. Heck yeah, dude. Rapidash was supposed to be, was something I kind of stumbled into, but I was aware of the original, but I did a mix of blue and purple since the flames were extremely hot. Finish. What do you think of Pat's boycott? Shouldn't it be 10 days during Shiny Wars? No, I don't think the devs are going to listen to him regardless. These people are millionaires, bro. They've already made their money. I think they think this game is not going to exist soon, and they're just trying to get their bag. Nothing they do for this game is long-term at all. Also, if I haven't done this in a while, if any of you YouTube people want a better experience, I have a higher quality mic and camera on my Twitch stream. There you go. But a lot of you guys like YouTube because you would get ad-free or you have premium. I get it. That's why I do it. I love your support. But if you are looking for a better experience, that's my Twitch. Have a good night, Dylan, by the way. Nice to meet you, boss. Appreciate you too. Thank you, Just Rob. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Appreciate you. God bless you, brother. Hey, God bless you too. I love that. Thank you, Dylan, for the follow. Have a good one, boss. Christ is king. You're so chill. First time I interacted with you, you called me retarded because someone was talking crap to you about your PvP skills. I got caught in the crossfire. Common occurrence. If somebody has a problem with me, I just assume they're right. I have my days. That's why I have my days. You know? And in my defense, I probably had a point that got misinterpreted. I get mad when people don't understand what I'm trying to say. It's gotten better over the years, but when I'm explaining something and people just aren't listening or aren't understanding multiple explanations, I just default to calling them retarded. But I've gotten better at it. It's not good, you know? If you can't convince somebody into your line of thinking, you're failing. Like if you can't break things down to their bare essentials so that other people can understand them, you don't truly understand what you're talking about, you know? But yeah. I asked, were you really top in PvP? And you responded with, are you retarded? Oh yeah, that's valid. That's valid. That's a good way to rage bait me. And then I got flamed like, dang, I was just asking a general question. Chocolate is so good. Yeah, Brazzy, when I, years ago, boss, I was top 3 in NU. I hit top 2, I finished 3. I finished top 40 in random tier, and I hit top 4 in doubles, top 4 or 3 in doubles as well. And I did it using meme strategies for fun. Back in Sword and Shield, I hit top 8 on the mainline doubles ladder in VGC style format. So yeah, I've peaked, and to be honest, all I was doing was PvPing. All I was doing was like paying attention to the metagame. I was like paying attention to the hours I could play at so I could avoid the best players to climb the ladder. Like play one game stop so no one can counterpick my team. Also, the Garchomp is based off the Shiny Gible, but I will do the original one's color scheme with my own illustrations. So far, I think the Stunfisk was the best one. I assume the original one is that the orange one? Yeah, it is. I like what you're doing though. Avoid the best players. In the mainline games, Raspa. There's always a bigger fish, you know? And even just in the real world, right? If a crab sees another crab of equal size, the crabs look at each other and they agree to distance themselves. And that's why gorillas beat their chests in the wild. They don't always attack because they know if they attack, it's mutually assured destruction, and the third gorilla is going to profit. That is how top tier PvP works. If I am 50-50 with another good player, we're going to look at each other and we're going to go, oh, he's on. Especially certain people you battle well against who are top players, and those are the people you try to harass. And certain people you battle poorly against, and those are the people you avoid. Because like if you have a specific play style, right, like rock paper scissors, there are some people who are objectively better PvPers than me in a lot of ways, but I match up well against them and I beat them. And conversely, there are people who would be considered worse players than the people I beat, but I don't want to fight them because they run a strategy contrary, or they think differently, or they're just someone I don't match up well against. Part of hitting as high as rank 8 on the global ladder is understanding this person's online at this time, or he's in queue right now, and I don't want any of that, and I just want to eat my minnows. It's like, have you played Agario with the cell game? Like, if you're a big cell and there's another big cell, you control your quadrant of the map, and then they look at you and they're like, yeah, that's not good for either of us, and you just kill all the little people. It's like the rich in real life, you know? We destroy the middle class, and we form a coalition, and we just attack the weaker players. But that's how it is. I tried playing comp in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire era, and I saw 5,674 eggs hatched, and I knew I was cooked. Also, if you're competing, you don't want your competitors to know what your strats, I assume. Exactly. And no matter how good at PvP you are, there's going to be people you don't want to play. And then there's going to be people, that just like, I just don't want their smoke, to be honest. People who are objectively worse players than me that I just don't like to go against. It's like the Patriots in the New York Giants. I don't care if the New York Giants are 7-8 that season and then they somehow make the Super Bowl. The Patriots would probably rather play any team that isn't New York Giants. They just overperform against us. I don't know what it is. I don't know why it's like that, but it's just like let's just not touch it and go over here. You know, we don't like, you know. But yeah, no. A lot of like being successful is knowing your limits. Go Birds. Dude, you're a Cardinals fan? Or are you an Eagles fan? I guess you could be a Seahawks fan. That's Go Birds. Which one? Which one, friend? Which one's the Birds? Ew, Eagles. Pick your poison. I love Arizona. Ravens. See, Ravens are a good example, right? Ravens are objectively a good team. At least you are the Steelers. Yep. I hate the Steelers because of what happened in 2009. But Ravens are like one of those teams that, again, is a good example of a good team objectively, but they always match up poorly against the Patriots, you know? The Ravens always struggle against the New England Patriots. Blue Jays? That's baseball. We're talking about football. But you're a Jays fan? I'll be honest, I don't like queuing PvP at the end of the season in PokeMMO because people are either queuing up with teams that just play to draw/win by EOP with their ults. And thinking about it, I was watching too many BBC videos and guides at the time. In the end, I just made a Masuda and then got Aegislash and Algun Shiny, Algun Shiny and Luvio Minish Mister. 191. Also, thinking about it, yeah, start that one. I'm from Toronto. Okay, at least you're rooting for your home team. I'm from New England, so I root for the New England Patriots. I root for the Boston Celtics. I root for the Boston Red Sox. You know, if you root for your home team, even if I don't like your home team, you have my basic respect. And I just like the Cardinals because of Kurt Warner and Larry Fitz. And I heard Birds, yeah. Did you know the Ravens are named after Edgar Allan Poe? No, I did not. He wrote The Raven, was born in Baltimore. I knew Edgar Allan Poe wrote The Raven, but I didn't know that was the correlation. That makes sense. It's kind of cool. I didn't know that. Pittsburgh is because of industry. Arizona has the Cardinals because they're moved. Larry Fitz carried that team to the Super Bowl. Not just Larry Fitz. Kurt Warner played out of his mind. I love Larry Fitz. Wait. Give me a second, Jack. Give me a second. Ugh. There we go. Is that a 2008 Larry Fitzgerald official Pro Bowl Stitch jersey finish? Actually, you know what, chat? Is that A Larry Fitzgerald, 2009. How about two? How about two? Oh, you want to see the signed official Aaron Hernandez jersey? There it is. You want to see the signed official Aaron Hernandez jersey worn by him? The murderer jersey W. Well, I'll speak to you in English. You don't know Spanish. I got a secret pequeño español. I got a Snorlax secret from a Swarm. Hehe. It's on the GTO, unfortunately. Yeah, Pete said it's fake. Yeah, Pete's entire family and existence is fake. I'm out of practice. I was learning it for 2 months, and then I got really busy with work, and I haven't touched it at all. So I'm definitely worse than I was. But yeah, it's better. My French is okay. I can understand French pretty well. The bad thing turned out to be bad one, but I still needed the money and I regret it. Yeah, selling a secret shiny Snorlax OT is crazy, Marco. You learn more from your mistakes than you do from your victories. Remember when there used to be streams in the game? Good days. You want me to hold it for you, boss? You want me to hold it for you? The 41 mil? Howling Flames at your IGN? Whisper me in game that your IGN is Howling Flames. Stats are hard. Okay. What's up, Kronos? Thanks, boss. Where the heck is my wife, dude? Where the heck are you? You there? Is your voice still bothering? You still have a sore throat? Sounds like you're crying. You okay? Sorry, give me a second. I'm gonna walk away. Sounds like you're crying, babe. Oh, you're good. You're almost here. I took you away from stream because it sounded like you were crying. You sound like you're crying. Sounds like you're ugly crying right now. You had me scared. You were losing your voice so bad it sounded like you were ugly crying. I was so scared. Yeah, you're taking forever to get here. I thought you were ugly crying. Okay, I'll see you in 24 minutes. Love you, babe. Bye. She's like, I sound retarded. I'm like, yeah. Yeah, I was like scared too. It sounded like she had an accident. I'm like, what? I was like losing my mind. I'm like, is she good? Because she's already late. Yeah, she's been losing her voice, cause and it's getting worse. And I'm like, it sounds like she's ugly crying. So I'm like, what? Because you guys have heard her voice. She sounds really pretty. She's really pretty. Like I'm super blessed. But I'm like, what? I'm like, I need to walk away. Like I'm like, oh, are you? I was gonna be like, hey, babe, you almost here? And we'll talk trash about each other for a second and see her whenever she is. Because I'm wondering what the heck she was supposed to be here like 30 minutes ago. I know you guys don't mind, you're getting a longer stream, but like, I was like, what? Holy crap. I'm so happy she's okay. I'm like, I'm on fire. Yeah, she sounded like she was ugly crying. And that's how she sounds when she ugly cries too. I'm like... Ratman? The good news is if you buy back your shiny, the IGN will update back, so... Fix your camera, please? Oh yeah. YouTube, remind me to fix my camera whenever it does that. The Logitech technology. If the music shuts off, my neglected YouTubers be like, Minish, give us a little bit of sunlight. Open the barred windows, Minish, please. Please, no. Go back under your staircase bedroom. I'll give you the hose again. Thankfully, all is well, yeah. I also, when I laughed so hard, people say I sound like I'm crying. She was laughing. Yeah, she was laughing. And she lost her voice, so she was laughing. You get all the love. Did you see the prototype I sent you based off your suggestion? Oh, looks good. There it is, chat. First shiny, let's go. Yes. Oh, you hopped over to here? Welcome. Oh, yeah, let me fix this. Oh, wow. YouTube really getting the scuff to you now. Sometimes I feel stop turning, you silly goose. At least YouTubers know how impressive my setup is. Yo, anyone in chat, Luca dropped like 50 points yesterday. So DoorDash is using 50% off up to 10 if you use code NBA50. Or don't use DoorDash so you don't have to get $40 in fees. What the heck? I'm guilty, true. Half the time that I'm complaining, I'm just talking. No, information's always power, Chronos. What about the BAM's 83-point game? You know why DoorDash can give you 50% off? Because they're still making money off that order. That was another code. Woo! Got him. All that's left to do is burn, baby, burn, baby, burn. I can feel myself falling from an aeroplane. I hear static when I close my eyes. I imagine one day things settle in, and I think about what that might be like. You can invite this account to the Minish team. We don't take alts. I appreciate the offer though, boss. We just don't take alts though. Wanna hug and kiss you, it's alright. Want world domination just like everybody else. So if you hear me talking strategy, oh, it's only to myself. Everybody's gotta have a game plan. Just hope no one remembers these the darkest of my days. I was on the team, but I deleted my account. Based. Payday? Yeah, Payday's good. I own that name. I have the name Payday. It's in my arsenal of bolts. Hey, do you want to link the video? You want to link your crash out vid? When my mind is uncertain. Can you buy the move so Payday is available on the SSN. Payday is available for free on the SSN. But if it's already sailed away, yeah, you can buy it off the GTO. Falling down into my shadow. Alright, we're getting into music. Let's watch my friend Abe's. This is my number 2 of Team Horde. I'll send this over to YouTube. I love to use it for sad music. I titled it PokeMMO's best strategy in 2025. And then I write play because everyone was gaslighting me even back then. They're like, player retention isn't a problem. They're like, Minish, you're out of your mind, player retention isn't a problem. I'm like, yeah. I posted this video. I'm cooking with my new thumbnails. I love making thumbnails. I don't like editing videos, but I love making thumbnails. That's the fun part for me. Heck yeah, Buggy. Minish es Dios. Aw, thank you, buddy. What's up, Phobos? Dirk voice cover. My body's on the line now. I can't stop this time now. I had a lot of emotion. I was so sad. I had the original, and then it said your video can't be posted. And I'm like, what the heck? Just demonetize it. And it's like, no, your video straight can't be posted. And I'm like, okay. You wanna not let me post this video? And I just sang it myself. Shiny Whooper, GG's, rat. Hey, GG's, boss. One of my video did good with a hamster looking at the cherish ball with Goku AI music. Nice. Yeah, thumbnails is the fun part of Buggy, for real. by the way, the song is entirely in Japanese. You guys are just super smart in auto-translating in your head. It's actually a really good cover, though. Real talk. Fake shiny. All shinies are fake. Fun fact, no one has ever caught a shiny in PokeMMO. Dude, I got debated. You got debated. You got debated. You got debated. I love that one. Talked about League. And I have an itch. You got in the top lane. This is gonna be one more game. Just one more. We just want to end on a win. Just want to end one more win. Just end on a win. We can't end on a 4-loss streak. I know this game is bad, but maybe this patch is better. Dude, you're the perfect community member for Pokemon, dude. I know this game is bad, but maybe this patch is better. The amount of players that deal with toxic League of Legends balancing and then they come over to PokeMMO, it's like you're leaving a dead, dying, decrepit land, but then you're walking into hell itself, you know? Then it's 8 a.m. and I didn't win a single game. You went from going from in your promotional series to losing it to trying not to demote. And then you don't demote and you're like, yes. I quit since season 4. I was high elo season 4 and then I played again just to prove I still had it. It was like a completely different game. I got to Emerald 3 from Iron 4. And then I won my promotional series to finish like Bronze 2. And then I climbed from Bronze, well, technically Iron 4, all the way up to Emerald 3, and then I just said, yep, I'm done with this stupid game, and then quit. But I ended on an 8-win streak, actually, but what happened is I was originally trying to one-trick Singed. I was giving myself the handicap of one-tricking Singed to high-low, and then I played Mundo for 9 games and I won all 9 of them. I'm like, this champion is ridiculously overpowered. What the heck? Like, he has no counterplay. He scales crazy. Like, you're in a weak side lane. You can just sit there and farm with your Q perfectly and just control the waves. Like you do okay against ranged matchups. And I'm like, this is insane. And I was on a 9-game win streak with it, about to promote to Emerald 2, and I'm like, nah, I'm done. League egging arc was the best streaming era for real. Abe, do you really think that, or are you just being sarcastic? I started playing League when I was permanent egging. There was like no good content to do, so I just started playing League of Legends while I egged. I nuked my viewership. Oh, you're kidding? Abe, we went from averaging almost 50 viewers to struggling to get 20. Like, you look at the beginning of the month, we had 56 average viewers, and then it fell down to sub 11 at some streams. Egging and TFT, that what I do, amen. That sounds fun. I love TFT. It's not good content, though. Mundo isn't even that weak in lane if you play him correctly. He has good wave control. And yeah, I got Dove a lot, but I'm hoping they do Gen 6 eventually. Bro, how about we just make the first 5 regions work? How about we just make the Pokedex entry accurate, you know? Let's learn to limp before we can crawl around before we ask for like them to like make us a new game, you know? Let's start with like the basics. It's just like what you're saying is like let's have a kid to save our marriage, you know? PokeMMO 2. What's up, Breckles? Good to see you. Like you're like, let's have a kid. It'll save our marriage. All of our marriageable problems will go away if we have a kid. I asked that a bit ago today. Any of the wild locations been fixed? Not really at all. And even the rarity is wrong with a lot of locations. It says there's a horde encounter for Sableye right now, and Sky Pillar. Look, I pointed this out over a year ago, and with the support ticket, they still haven't fixed it. This is the level of development we pay thousands of dollars for. Look at this. Do you guys know there's a horde of Sky Pillar? I didn't. I did a ticket on that like over 3 years ago. Like, this is just the level of development you pay thousands of dollars for, guys. They make millions. They can't delete a line of text. But they make like $50 USD in a cheeseburger in a year. Small indie company. For real, for real. You guys don't understand! We haven't been sleeping during the vet season! None of us are sleeping! The 4 of us are dying! You make millions of dollars, you idiot! You make millions of dollars! Hire a 5th person! You don't even have to make updates. Just stop nerfing stuff. Why don't you stop? We don't need a new PBT tier. We don't need any of this. Why don't you correct the millions of issues that your community has told you about for years? No, like... No, we need to give Meowth. We need to give Meowth hypnosis, guys. We need to delete multi-characters accounting. We need to not make strings work. And they're gonna cite it's unfair for the new players. But the strings we add are gonna be 90 times slower. Woo! You know, the Pokemon are still shy and can't come out of their Pokeball without mods. Woo! But guys, we're adding a rushed, unbalanced version of PvP. Woo! Oh, that didn't work. Here's a legendary. Woo! Those amulet comers are barely making 150k yen an hour, and Q is shooting them. The PokeMMO experience, chat. Yep, there's the authentic PokeMMO experience right there. We should start a betting channel on what they'll nerf next. I love that they said, "Don't worry, we're not nerfing anything this time," as they literally nerf 2 things and delete multi-accounting. Don't worry, we're not nerfing anything this time. We're just doing this. Are you serious? They don't even know what nerfing is anymore. They've done it so much. Are you sure about that? It's not a nerf. It's just an adjustment so players won't make money, chat. We like to think of it as a money-making opportunity. It's not a nerf. It's a money-making opportunity. You don't understand, right? We're increasing the value of other ways of playing by decreasing this one. Hey, bye guys. I'm gonna raid out. My wife just came here. It was fun hanging out with y'all. We'll have to see who are in a raid. Let's see who we got. Who do we got? What do we got? Let's see. Any suggestions, chat? I don't know any of these people. Dang, almost all my homies stopped streaming. I don't know who this person is. We'll raid them. Alright, chat. Thank you for tuning in today. Love y'all. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Is she ending stream? Stream will be ending soon? Oh, oops. Well, good thing I didn't raid this one. Hopefully she's not raiding me. Let's do this so people know not to raid me. Does he speak English? Oh, he's Spanish. Man, we're really just trying. I feel bad for you guys. Are we back to the OG MMO days where just no one streams anymore? We raided Anthony last time. Hi, it looks like El Coke Knife's here. Let's read this person. Don't you speak Spanish? No habla español. No habla español. I love you guys. Thank you for all your support. You guys rock. I had a lot of fun. Bye, y'all. Bye. YouTube, you get a little extra content while I go to the other spot. I have to figure out how to use my brain real quick. Oh wait, I want to be in the Johto region. Bye, YouTube friends. Appreciate you being here. Maybe you should never. Oh, wrong account. Oops. But we're shutting stuff off. Alright, babe, I ended it. Man, you weren't kidding when you said 7. It was pretty.
Oh, sports truck.